In, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Getting absolute muscle there at turn 1. That was an absolute disaster.
Oh, he's spun!
Oh no! That's massive for Adam!
All over the rear bumper of Spin, mate. These guys are knocking heads with each other like nothing we've ever seen before.
Jeep pulls out to the outside. Here we go again.
AEST, he's going to go for a move here. The 2 Ferraris in front of him.
Jeep went wide. Jeep is
Oh!
in trouble. Schumacher. Oh, good contact.
Oh, massive contact there.
This is going to be an incredible finish for these two.
The speed, the overspeed happening. They're going to go 3 wide into
Oh.
turn 1.
There's contact there from Tracy from Kung Fu on the way in. He tries to retrace and gets his way.
Shoved out wide. Oh, huge contact.
This is fantastic. On the outside though in turn 1.
As he chops it down the inside anyway. What is this? Oh my gosh! What a move from GTR!
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today. Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We have a very surprise event, as it is our off-season for our main game, but a very special event indeed. Sector 1 has partnered up with Motorsport Australia, and we're here tonight to bring to you the inaugural event, the 2023 Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge. Some of Australia's top Gran Turismo drivers are battling it out tonight. The winner, of course, getting a GT racer. My name is Lenosis Lachlan Jones, and joining me in the commentary box tonight are our 4 race directors. Starting off with Heat 1, we have Carbon Boy, and Heat 2 will be Atom. Heat 3 will be Nismo Nath. Heat 4 will be Karen Unleashed, and Heat 5 will be Atom as well. So say hello, gents. How are we doing tonight?
Collective hello
Evening.
from everyone.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, gents.
Hopefully you're feeling very, very well on this very beautiful Saturday night, wherever you are in Australia, of course, and looking forward to 5 incredible heats, the pre-final and, of course, the grand final event. The guys fighting for a brand new piece of equipment from Next Level Racing. Our beautiful partners there have decided to put out their brand spanking new GT Racer rig. And, oh boy, if you want to start getting into your esports, that is the rig to have, that's for sure. So we appreciate everybody watching tonight, and we hope that you do enjoy the stream. There's going to be a lot of heated competition. There's going to be a little bit of laughs along the way as well. And for those who are watching through the Sector 1 YouTube, make sure you smack the like button, subscribe, and to make sure, of course, if you have not liked this, Motorsport Australia as well, jump onto Motorsport Australia on Facebook, give them a bit of a like as well. And thank you very much on board to Motorsport Australia and Next Level Racing for getting behind this fantastic event. Looking very much forward to this one.
Thank you very much, Brent. And we'll just have a look at our track schedule for tonight. Kicking us off momentarily is Heat 1 here at Daytona. As you can see, the advertising everywhere. Heat number 2 kicking us off at 20 past. Heat 3, 22:07. Heat 4 at 7 o'clock. And Heat 5 at 20 past 7. We'll have an intermission. Then we'll come back for our pre-final at 8 o'clock with our final qualifying kicking off at 8:40 with the final starting at latest 9:10 p.m. All of those in Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And we'll just have a look at the qualifying procedure here for this event. So all the drivers qualifying their heats. The top 2 go through the final. 3 to 5 go to the pre-final. The top 4 from the pre-final then go through to the final, and it's a winner-takes-all event. Race at Spa-Francorchamps And that's how we are deciding the winner of the brand new GT Racer from our friends over at Next Level Racing. So very exciting stuff here tonight. Lots of drivers getting eliminated, and yeah, I mean, just loads of action when you have these sort of qualification heat races. I mean, everything can go wrong. It can all end for disaster for some of these drivers. I mean, you might be starting at the front, but you've got a bunch of other drivers behind you who are all competing for those final qualifying spots. So definitely going to be a very exciting race. So yeah, we'll also just have a quick look at our qualifying grid. Oh yeah. So our qualifying grid, first of all, it is our starting grid for heat number 1. It is, I can't quite read that, so 1 second, everybody. I sincerely apologize because my eyes aren't the greatest, but I have it here. So our heat number 1 is Andrew Lee starting on pole position, Ridwan Ibn Hamza starting in P2, the number 16. P3 is Matthew Cookshell. 4th is James Walbutton. 5th, Joshua Green. 6th is Daniel Wood, and 7th is Robert Rice, and that rounds out our Heat 1 starting grid. So, a lot of familiar names, and also a couple of new ones to the Sector 1 scene sprinkled in there, so definitely interesting. What are your thoughts on that, Carbon Boy? If he is even here.
I'm excited. Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. Where would I go? I'm actually really excited for this tonight because not only are there a few names very familiar to me through all the racing we've done together in Sector 1, but there's also a few of the guys from, the upper echelon of the talent pool here in Australia that I may or may not have had the pleasure of witnessing via YouTube, but never as direct as this. So looking through all the names in the qualifying heats we have tonight, there's a few very, very stacked races, and I'm keen to see how people are going to get on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're just a couple of minutes away from the session going live. If you haven't already, post your predictions down in the comments wherever you're joining us tonight, whether that be YouTube or Facebook, over on the Motorsport Australia Facebook page. Make sure to let us know who your top picks are, if you know who is competing, that is. And yeah, I mean, it's just going to be an incredible night of racing. I'm looking so much forward to these 7 races that we have here tonight. It's just going to be an absolute bloodbath out there. Hopefully these guys keep it all clean, but I mean, we're pretty much in for a couple of bingles, that's for sure. So,
let's hope they're just little ones.
Yeah, just a couple of little bongles here and there. Robin's racing, of course. But hopefully it's nice and clean. Everybody keeps their nose clean, and we get to see some nice fair fights for the qualifying positions here tonight.
I would like to hope that everyone keeps the racing clean tonight. And just on the off chance that it does get a little bit dirty, we do happen to have one of our stewards here watching live. So just so everyone knows, there is someone with a higher power here who does have the pen and paper at the ready to take notes if they see anything untoward happen. But fingers crossed it doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'd like our stewards to have a quiet night.
Yeah, I mean, they are on call. It's not something we normally do here at Sector 1. Oftentimes in the main series, the stewarding process can take up to a week or so sometimes. Our stewards like to have a really good hard look at incidents, but they're under the pump tonight. So it's going to be a test of both the stewards and their patience to see how much these guys decide to battle it out on track. So I reckon we're pretty much ready to go with our heat number 1. What do you reckon, Carbon Boy?
Yep, just rebooting the lobby now to reset the time of day back to as it should be.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. We just got to wait for everybody to ready up, and then we are ready to go here at Daytona. Oh, we haven't had a look at the track map. I almost forgot about that. So here's our track map. We are here at Daytona Road Course, 5.7929 kilometers, 12 turns. We're here, of course, in the Vision Gran Turismo BMW. It's 7 laps. It's a grid start with false start check, racing soft tires, and that's the story for heat number 1. As we're just waiting for everybody to ready up before we get underway here in the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge. Oh, I'm so excited.
Even I'm starting to get a little bit nervous here. Just waiting on one more driver to tick in. There's always one. No matter what we do, there's always one.
What's your crunch point for this track on at Daytona tonight, Lenosis? What do you reckon is going to be the point that makes the difference between a winner and well, not a loser, but a second place perhaps?
So there's two major spots on this track. That first turn, you're turning into the braking zone, so you need to. Takes a very good driver to get the braking right, stop the tail end from stepping out through that corner. But there's also a lot of time that can be left on the table if you don't push 100% through the first turn. And also the bus stop chicane down the back. That is the difference between hooking up your race or not. That back section of track, you're flying down that huge back straight here at Daytona, and then you're slamming on the brakes, getting it turned in a quick left, right, left, and then you're back on the oval again. So, yeah, they're the two major points for me.
Yeah, I think the slipstream is going to be a big part of this race as well. It's going to be a massive battle on those straights, jostling for position. I think it's going to be really hard for anyone to get away and get out front and pull a gap, like we see sometimes in events like this, where the best of the best can really get away in the early stages and break that slipstream and run a race on their own. I think it's going to be harder to do around here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, gents, should we push that big orange button and
I think we
see
should.
what happens?
I mean, we're
Let's
already
go.
2 minutes behind. I think that is definitely what we should be doing, as the big orange button has
only
been
2
pressed.
minutes. We're doing well.
Yeah. Hopefully we can stick to our schedule here tonight.
We just need the drivers to drive extra fast for us and get that race completed nice and quickly.
As here we are. As the light sequence, it begins. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, revs rising. A little bit of a false start from Kuchel in 3rd place. He checks up the rear of the pack. A great start for Andrew Lee as he heads down towards turn 1. As these guys continuing down, barreling down towards this tricky first turn. If an incident's going to happen, it's going to happen right here. As these guys manage to get it slowed. Oh, huge contact in the background between Robert Rice and Kuchel as they come through turns 2 and 3 now, barreling down towards turn 4 here at Daytona. We see a little bit of jostling between Impanza and Woolbutton here, as everybody seems to make it through cleanly the first turn, first few series of turns here at Daytona.
Yeah, it was a little not so clean between Robert Rice and Kuchel there in P6 and 7. I think Kuchel, if I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly, my apologies.
Contact between Robert Rice and Kuchel. Oh, rejoins luckily.
No contact. I was on board with Rice there. Kuchel just got very, very sideways out of that right-hander and had a bit of a tank slapper moment. But Kuchel was just a little bit late on the brakes coming into turn 1 and made some fairly firm contact with the back of Rice's BMW there. But seems to have all sorted itself out, albeit with a 1.5 second gap up to Jake Reed in front of him.
As Andrew Lee, better known in the world of Gran Turismo as Distinct Andrew, as Impanza picks up a penalty, a half-second penalty. That's going to be massive, as you need to take into account that half-second penalty, you're actually on the brakes for half a second. That's going to lose him up to 1 second to 1.5 seconds as he serves that penalty, and through goes the pairing of Woolbutton and Wood up into P2 and 3. And Impanza is going to be under pressure from Green here on the brakes.
Green absolutely throwing it down the inside of turn 1.
Unable to get that move done though, as Impanza holds on to P4 for now, as he chucks down the inside, he's punted Woolbutton. Woolbutton is gone off the track, gets demoted back down to P5. That's massive. Oh dear. As we'll have a look on the Next Level Racing action replay at that one. Oh dear. Huge drama on lap 2 as they head into turn 4. It looked like Impanza just got a little bit keen and then missed his braking marker and ended up in the back. of wall button there, but these guys continue on for now. Andrew Lee.
Right-hander in the infield. Green has done incredibly well to not go into the back of Hansa, who I think just got checked up a little bit by Wood. Green has just dumped it down a couple of gears, completely locked up the car, and managed to hold it together and not go into the back of the car in front of it. So quite a commendable effort there.
Yeah, as Andrew Lee has absolutely checked out of the behind drivers. 3 seconds already over the man in second place, which is Dan Wood, who is under a lot of pressure from Ridwan Imhanza at the moment. The number 16 car putting a lot of pressure on Dan Wood, and he could even be looking at the move into turn 1. Very tricky, very different braking markers depending on the line you want to take into this first turn as they cross the line to begin the third lap. Side by side these guys are. And on the brakes, it looks like Imhanza is going to try around the outside, but Wood holds it down the inside. Is he able to hold his position? Yes, he is. And P2 belongs to Woody here. But Imhanza, he gets to run, shocks it down the inside at turn 4. This was disaster last lap.
This is going to be the hot battle right here for P2, because in the format we're running this evening, the top 2 will go straight through to the final, whereas P3, 4 and 5 will progress only to the pre-final, which means they'll have another race in order to qualify for the final. And I think the guys just want to go straight to it, so this is where the action's going to be. Now that Green and Warburton have caught back up and have got the slipstream again, this could be a 4-way battle for who makes it straight to the final race tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. But Wood and Hamza are going at it like there's no tomorrow. This is an incredible battle. It's going to last an entire lap. These guys are knocking heads in incredible circumstances, as Carbon Boy just pointed out to us. Only the top 2 qualify directly for the final. So these guys are going to be pushing as hard as possible for that second place spot. I think at this point, a 5-second gap for Andrew Lee at the moment. He's completely stretched his legs. And yeah, I mean, the race is
Green has been a bit of a naughty boy at the bus stop. He has picked up a half-second penalty, which is going to bring Warburton right alongside and past him over the finish line.
Change Warburton up into P4 with that penalty for Greeny there. But this battle between Hamza and Wood is absolutely raging on. These guys refusing to give it up. As we're on lap 4 already past the halfway point, and these guys, this is going to be an entire race-long battle for sure. Absolutely, this is incredible stuff. As this battle pack, these are the final 4 who will be continuing on if it stays as is, and there's only a second between them. But these guys absolutely putting on a show. It's not sorted yet, as only one of these 4 can make it straight through to the final, and the rest are going to have to battle it out in the pre-final at Blue Moon Bay in 5 races' time. Looking back,
a bit of a gap has formed between Green and Rice, between P5 and P6. So unfortunately, it seems like things are not going well for Robert Rice and Mr. Kuchel in this heat tonight, pending any accidents from the top 4, from the 4 in front of them.
Yeah, it's definitely getting spicy up here. Oh, that could be a penalty for Wood there. He run very, very deep onto that curbing on the exit of the bus stop, but I think he's got away with it. Quite an odd penalty zone there with the GT7 system. It's more your line through the corner, not how wide you actually run through there. So, depending on your line through that corner depends on whether you get a penalty or not. Which sounds a bit straightforward, like a duh, but you'll find where in circumstances drivers might actually not run as wide and they'll get a penalty as opposed to those who take it a bit shallower and will still get a penalty. I,
for one, have never really been able to get the knack of running that ultra quick line through that bus stop chicane and not getting a penalty. I'm either slightly slower and I don't, or I'm a little bit quicker and I get slapped with a penalty. Woody looking down the inside, not quite able to make it stick.
Yeah, these two have been battling it all race. Daniel Wood and Ridwan Imhanza have been going at it hammer and tong. And there's still 2.5 laps to go as these guys barrel down towards the start-finish line. I mean, not the start-finish line, down towards the bus stop chicane, I should say.
Just doing a Andrew Lee check. He is still with us, but he is 6.3 seconds behind.
Yeah, quite the gap. Andrew Lee really cementing why he's one of the top drivers in the Australian Gran Turismo scene. Nothing but dominance here for Andrew Lee.
Woody with a fantastic run through the bus stop there. Makes up a couple of tenths and is now looking for the overtake on Hansa. Not sure if you can quite make it stick without the boost from the slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very tight. These guys going side by side for what must be the 10th time this race. It looks like Imhanza has the inside line, and Woody running a little bit wide, very deep, but manages to pull it back in. Just the camera angle there that waters out a little bit as they head down into turn 4. Woody trying that outside line, can't quite get it done there. We'll look for the switchback on Imhanza.
These two don't want to get too cute with their battle because they've got Walter near 3 tenths behind them, ready to take advantage of any slip-up. So eyes forward as well as eyes on the mirror at the same time. Oh, Woody very deep under brakes there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very sideways too on the exit, if you don't mind.
As they come on to the oval once again. Queenslander chasing down Imhanza. Looks like Woody's sort of under a little bit of pressure from Wallbutton here as well, so that's getting a little bit spicy. CP car on CP car, statesman on fellow statesman.
Will there be team orders? That is the question.
I don't think Chase is on the communication. Oh, very slow through the bus stop is Imhanza, and that leads Woody and Wallbutton right on his tail. And Woody just tucking in behind to get that slipstream effect, and he might not have the legs to get past him on this occasion, but Andrew Lee is going to cross the start-finish line to begin the final lap.
With a little bit of
oh, they're going to go 3 wide. Oh dear, this is going to end in disaster. Oh, there's no space, but Woody goes through, and he runs deep. That opens it up for the 2 behind to go through, and Woody down to 4th place. Oh my goodness, what an absolute monumental scrap we are seeing here at Daytona as Woody chucks it down the inside of Wallbutton. Can he get it done? Yes, he does at turn 4, but that means Imhanza is starting to get away here. Just that little bit of breathing room, and now Wallbutton's going to have to settle in behind as they approach turn 6.
If history repeats itself, I've just been watching Hansa through the bus stop. He appears to be struggling just that little bit, whereas Woody has that section quite thoroughly nailed down tight. So I wouldn't be surprised as coming out of the bus stop, Woody is right back on that rear bumper, even though he's currently 8 tenths behind. Yeah,
he had a bit of a moment and he's dropped back a couple of tenths to Imhanza, which that is still within slipstream range. Interesting to see whether Wallbutton bumps Woody ahead or whether he is just going to sit in behind. Yeah, we'll just have to see. But as they approach the bus stop chicane, that gap down to 6.5 tenths, 6 tenths. Imhanza needs a perfect run through the bus stop. It looks like he's got that done just enough, but is 6 tenths going to be enough across the line? It probably will be. As we jump across to the man in the lead, it is, of course, Andrew Lee. He's absolutely dominated this race from start to finish, and he'll take P1. But looking back behind, Ridwan Imhanza takes P2 over Woody, who is a 10th and a half above James Wallbutton. And Greeny finishes P5, and it will be Robert Rice, who will come home in P6 ahead of Kuchel. As he crosses the line, and that will conclude the 7-lap dash for the race. And last but not least, it's Kuchel who will cross the line. And that's race 1 done and done here for the Motorsport Australia GT Esports Series. What a race that was. If that is anything to go by, we have an absolutely incredible night of racing ahead of us, that's for sure. What a race. As we have a look.
That was really good to watch.
As we have a look at the official race results for heat number 1, Andrew Lee takes P1 with a finishing time of 12 minutes, 12 seconds, 0.6 with a best lap of a 1:53 flat. Ridwan Imhanza will finish in P2 with a fastest lap of a 1:43.78 and bit seconds behind the leader. Dan Wood in P3 there, 9 seconds astray of Andrew Lee. James Warburton will take P4. And Green will take the 5th and final qualifying spot in the pre-final, with Revs and Kuchel finishing 6 and 7 being eliminated in the early stages of this one. So what are your thoughts on the race results there, Carbon Boy?
Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't entirely surprised by the winner. Andrew's shown fairly solid performance for a long period of time, so not at all surprised by him taking the victory. Woody actually was my big surprise there for the race, like taking it to Ridwan for that long. Like, I'm not being judgmental of either drivers. I'm not familiar with, not particularly familiar with Ridwan's pace, but well, not just in terms of pace, but their battle. Both drivers were being very fair and very competitive. Neither of them tried any, dive bomb attempts. There was plenty of racing room left for each other at all times. That was a very impressive battle for me to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good race to watch, and yeah, very much enjoyed it. That's for sure.
So I might take my leave from the comms box for now, and good luck to you and all the other race directors for the remaining heats and the pre-final, and I will be back a little bit later to join you again for the final tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll catch you later, Carbon Boy. Thank you for doing Heat 1, but we welcome to the comms box Atom. Are you here, Atom? Can you hear us?
Hello, mate. Of course I am here, and I have to say, I'm a bit concerned for you, Lachlan, that you're going to lose your voice before we get to the end of the night. If the races continue to be quite as exciting as that one, you're not going to have anything left at the end of this. So yeah. I hope you have plenty of water on standby, mate.
Well, I kind of forgot about the water, but I might be able to duck and grab some during the ad break. So we're just momentarily about to get underway for heat number 2. Here in the MAGTEC. So we'll just have a look at the track details here. Of course, it is Road Atlanta is heat number 2. Of course, once again, in the Vision Gran Turismo, the BMW Vision Gran Turismo. It's 9 laps, grid start with a false start check. It's just over 4Ks here and 12 turns here at Road Atlanta. Racing soft tires once again. And yeah, we have 8 drivers in our heat number 2 grid, and this is how they will line up. I apologize once again as my eyes are not very good. I have to get it up on my second monitor.
While you get that sorted, I'll talk to the guys about this track. This track, we're a little bit more familiar with it at Sector 1 than we were not too long ago, but we've kind of wrapped our heads around the quirks and ins and outs of this track. Turn 5 definitely one of the places you want to look out for. The exit is really crucial down that, not the big back straight, but there's a slightly shorter one there, but it's really easy to go beyond the curve and get yourself a half-second penalty. We saw how important a half-second penalty can be in race 1, just been and gone. Here, much the same. You serve it on the big long back straight, you lose yourself 1 to 1.5 seconds worth of time on that back straight, and that can be, you know, the difference between the grand final and the pre-final here. And it's really important for these guys that they do not leave it to chance in that pre-final, because it is a bit of a lottery. It's about 50-50 between luck and skill for that pre-final at Blue Moon Bay Infield A, not Infield A, sorry, Blue Moon Bay Speedway. Sorry, I got that mixed up, in that Mazda MX-5 touring car, which is going to be a really exciting race. But like I say, the guys will not want to leave it to that chance. You've got to lock in that P1 or 2 in your heat here if you want a sure chance at getting into the final.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is how our grid lines up today. Matthew Simmons will line up on pole, the number 94. Alongside him, another Matthew Allen. And then in P3, Aiden Matthews. So we've covered all we've got 3 Matthews in heat number 2 by pure chance. But the first of the non-Matthews is James Lee in P4, the 108. Then P5, we have Heath Pillip. 6th is Robin Jacobs. 7th is Ian Stewart. And rounding out our heat number 2 is Adam Brewer, one of our in-house guys here at Sector 1. So,
yeah, a couple of familiar names in this one, but also some really heavy hitters up the top end. Those 3 Matthews that you mentioned, those are 3 really big names in the Gran Turismo scene for Australia. So one of those 3 are not going to automatically make it through to the grand final. At least it is possible we might see an upset as well from the likes of James Lee. We have seen him very often in the Sector 1 paddock. A lot of us will be familiar with him. He's been around the block a few times, as well as Adam Brewer down the bottom. Famously wide hips, master of defense. But starting from P8, he's going to have to pick up a few positions before he can start to put in a defensive effort. So definitely a lot of guys to watch in this race. Keep an eye out for Matt Simmons, who's, you know, won competitions internationally with Porsche in the Gran Turismo scene, and the likes of Matthew Allen and Aiden Matthews behind him as well. Both real heavy hitters in the Gran Turismo scene for Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we keep these guys waiting any longer. How about you reckon we get into our heat number 2 here at Road Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm excited by this one. It's going to be a big race. Really, really tough to get this car around here as well. We saw it in the first race. The guys having a little bit of a hard time on the power in this car. 550 horsepower or thereabouts in this car to put down to the rear wheels. Traction is not at a premium in this car.
Absolutely. As all these drivers are lined up on the grid and waiting. Revs rising where light sequence begins. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. They are out and racing here at Road Atlanta, heat number 2 in the Motorsport Australia GT Esports Challenge. And it looks like James Lee gets an awesome start, almost gets the jump on Matthew Simmons there through the first start. Oh, a little bit of contact, but everybody seems to make it through just fine. Matthew Simmons and Aiden Matthews taking P1 and 2. James Lee takes to the grass. He's off, but he rejoins the track back in 4th spot. Oh, a lot of sandwiching going on there. And I am terribly sorry, we are not actually watching the race.
It's getting real fast between these guys. It's really interesting as well. You guys might have missed the start, not being able to see it. The only car out of the top 5 to not start in the first year was James Lee, and he was the one that got it off the start off the line there. Everyone else was starting in 3rd or 2nd gear, interestingly, a couple of points. So the front 3 all started in 3rd gear, almost like they talked about it beforehand. And then we had James Lee starting in 1st gear, and behind him, I think it was Jacobs starting in 2nd gear. So a lot of different gear selections off the start there. It was a really interesting thing to see. But as we settle in now, we've got Matthew Simmons out the front, Aiden Matthews in P2, and P3 putting in that first pre-final spot here. To fight that back real soon.
Very feisty first lap, that's for sure. As these guys barrel down towards the first turn, we see James Lee in the background looking. Oh no, he's already got past what panel am I looking at? Oh, James Lee under pressure from Ian Stewart here for the final place on track. No, it's James Lee looking at Brewer, I'm sorry. I'm getting lost. The heat must be getting to me.
Mixing up your names, though. James Lee got that rocket start at the beginning. He was looking really good in the early stages, but just got pushed around a little bit. And that really, really tight pack up the front, and now spat out all the way back down in P7.
Oh, as he's picked up another penalty. Oh, dear.
Second, that was that corner we talked about, turn 5. The exit got a little bit wide, trying to maximise the engine speed. He ended up with that half second. Seriously do you hear? He's already in last place here, P8 just behind Stewart, and probably going to see him drop over a second back after he serves this penalty.
A long way to go, though. We're a quarter way through the race, just about, but things are starting to space out. There's not that many battles going on track as Matty Simmons, he's opened up a 1.3 second gap at the top of the table over Aidan Matthews in P2. These two at the moment would be qualifying for the final with Heafy, which let me just get a name on that one. I believe Heafy is Heath Pillip. Yeah, that's Pillip.
I was looking at that before, we've not got quite a full name. And that is Pillip that we talked about before. So he started down in P5, so he's unavailable. That's the first of the pre-final qualifiers, so he'll be nice and high on the pre-final where he is now. But like we said before, a lottery in the pre-final really don't really have a chance. He's got to fight for that P2. He's not too far off Aidan Matthews here at this point, but he's got Matthew Allen coming behind him as well. Matthew Allen and Wayne Drive are back in as one of the best wheel-to-wheel races in the entire country of Australia. I've seen some of the things that he can do. A really, really quick operator in the GT World Series online events that you see on the sport mode directory on this game. Really, really familiar face in there, I would say, and definitely got plenty of race experience. So Philip's going to have a really hard time dealing with that if he gets too close.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthew Allen looking very, very racy on that third time round. He lapped a couple of tenths quicker than Heafy on that last lap, and pretty much matched his time on the second lap, so he's reeling him in. Pillip, I should say. But yeah, Robin Jacobs, he's had a bit of an incident and he's fallen back, or maybe not an incident, but yeah, just a little bit slower on that last lap. He's still in the qualification spot, but looking back down to Brewer, who is quite a while back off Jacobs. Yeah, Brewer would be the first one going home here tonight, followed by Stewart and Lee, if nothing changes, if the situation stays the same. But these top five, Matty Simmons, Aidan Matthews, Heath Pillip, Matthew Allen and Robin Jacobs will be advancing to the following stages of the competition if all stays as is.
Yeah, Robin Jacobs is in a pretty good spot at the moment. He's run up on where he started from P6 and now in a pre-final qualifying position, which he might consider to be quite a good result for him. I don't know what he was expecting coming into this, but he's looking like he's in a pretty decent spot right now. What I'm more interested in is Matthew Allen on Heath Pillip once again. Heath Pillip sitting in that first pre-final spot. Matthew Allen seems to keep closing on. He's got a personal best lap that time around 1:16.3. He's definitely got the pace over Pillip here, but the question is, can he get by? It's quite a narrow track here at Monza, so he's got to have his work cut out for him. Where does he send it? What do you reckon?
Well, there's so many places where if you scrub your line, the gap just opens up and you can throw it down the inside. So I think the best bet for Allen at the moment is to just hold off, and as soon as that gap opens up, take that opportunity. He's pressuring Pillip all the way around this lap, and he has done for the last 3 laps, just sitting on his rear bumper. Sooner or later, Pillip's going to crumple under the pressure, and there's going to be a gap that opens up that Allen will be able to slip right on by. Or the alternative is that Pillip remains very strong. Actually, as I speak, the commentator's curse comes into effect, and Matthew Allen pulls alongside of Heath Pillip down in towards turns 10.
It's going to be a really, really tough ask, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be Matthew Allen around the outside of the track. Look at that, so committed on the brakes, a perfect apex, and Pillip can do absolutely nothing. Broke so much earlier, you could see the fear in his eyes as Matthew Allen approached on the outside there into that chicane, and now in front. Pillip was looking back for a long, long time before that move came about. He was sideways on almost every corner exit on the lap prior, but now the question is, can he fight back? What's he got in his locker now that he's under less pressure? The opportunity is there for him to get that spot. He's now in no different of a position as he was before. He's still in a pre-final spot, but that grid position in that pre-final might be everything to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And another story evolving. Up the top, Matthew Simmons and Aiden Matthews, that gap is coming down. As Aiden Matthews has actually got the fastest lap over Matty Simmons there. So these guys, they might not want to fight too much as they do if they go in as is. They both will qualify for the final. But yeah, just... and also repping the same livery from the same organisation there. So
definitely can expect to see a bit of teamwork from these guys going forward. So I think the smartest thing for them to do right now is just kind of sit where they are and just cruise to the end of this race, because they're both guaranteed a spot in the final here. And of course, with the qualifying session for the final, they will have a chance to improve their spots. So being second for Aiden Matthews is hardly an issue for him, and will be only getting one year to change their position for that grand final is the pre-final qualifiers for that event. So these guys can definitely afford to cruise to the end. They don't want to be threatened by Matthew Allen behind it, and because as we've seen already, if Matthew Allen gets close enough, it's really hard to defend from him, even if you have the inside line as Philip did last time around.
yeah, absolutely. As these guys, Matty Allen and Heath Phillip, is still going at it. Phillip refusing to give up this position, and this slipstream is really pulling him along here, so he's able to just keep within earshot. But I do believe that as it stands, these guys would both qualify, and as Atom has just said, it's based off the qualifying times that they set in stage 1 of the competition. So whether you finish 3rd, 4th or 5th, it doesn't really matter too much as long as you're in that top 5.
There you go, going through the pre-final, just qualified, that's all that matters for these guys, because there's no changing what sort of position you get in there, and just getting through is enough. And like I say, for someone like Phillip, who might feel like they're not quite on the pace of Matthew Allen in front of him, getting into that pre-final might be a blessing in disguise, because the sort of system that it is, where there's a little bit of luck involved in that slipstream battle, it might actually work in his favour, and he might catapult himself up in the first place in that pre-final and get himself all the way through to the grand final and Spa Francorchamps.
Yeah. So just monitoring the situation, James Lee, who has had a terrible start to the race, is on a charge, and with 2 laps to go, he's closed that gap for Robin Jacobs from 10 seconds down to 2. It's on. James Lee could qualify for the pre-final. It's not over yet.
Keep your eye on that number on the left-hand side of the screen. The magic number you're looking for is 1.000 seconds. That is the range of the slipstream effect in Gran Turismo 7. Once you're in that range, you get a nice toe from the car in front of you, you go along down the straight, get an extra burst of speed, and an opportunity to overtake. He's 3/10 just about in that last sequence of corners, so that gap is coming down. But 2 seconds, then 1.5 lap, it's going to be a hard ask for James Lee. But he's got experience in the Sector 1 series. We know that he's capable of great things, and now chasing down Jacobs, he's getting close. 1.3 now. Something might be wrong for Jacobs.
And James Lee as well. He's utilising an in-car system that nobody else is. He's got the wipers on. He is absolutely on a charge. He's clearing any debris that may land on his windshield. And he's absolutely flying while doing it. 1 second. That halo number, that 1 second flat, he's inside of that. He's broken into that. But will that turn into dirty air through this first sector? That's what will be decided as we have a look on the cockpit cam I thought I was going for, but apparently the cockpit cam does not exist for us here tonight for some odd unknown reason. Gran Turismo doing Gran Turismo things, but he continues on down towards turn 6 now.
It's going to get very close. He's pulled out 1.5 seconds on the last lap, so if that's anything to go off, he's definitely got pace over Jacobs here. This is his opportunity to go to the back straight. He needs to get a good exit here, get that launch on the slipstream. We saw how difficult it was for Ranger to get an overtake around the outside of that chicane, and Jacobs has the opportunity to
As
defend this one once
we have a
again.
look to Matty Simmons, who crosses the line in P1. Aidan Matthews in P2. Matthew Allen P3. Heath Phillip P4. And now we have a look at the move for the final qualifying spot. A little bit of contact, but James Lee goes through. And he will take the final qualifying spot for the pre-final. But I can hear some stewards' pens clicking. There was a little bit of contact for that move. So some afterthoughts might be said by the stewards as Robin Jacobs provisionally has been eliminated on the final corner. Proa will come home in P7, and Ian Stewart.
Nail biting at the end there, didn't they?
Oh, absolutely incredible finish there.
Great job from our drivers. James Lee giving it everything in the late stages. It looked like it might have been okay to me, maybe just a racing incident, but the stewards will have a much closer look. We only have so many angles here in the comms box, but wow, what a way to finish off that race. It was a little bit stale for some of it, where we kind of settled into a rhythm, line astern. Everyone had sort of figured out their positions, but James Lee decided to spice it up for us at the end there. Nicely done from him.
Very, very clutch circumstances for James Lee. Managing to provisionally get himself into the qualifying position. But yeah, I mean, let's just assume that the stewards have nothing to say about that. I mean, it was very, very tight. The move was on, and there was just the lightest little bit of contact. But yeah, I'm sure that will have an inquiry, and we'll find out how everything shapes up there. But for now, here is your heat number 2 results. So Matty Simmons takes P1 and the fastest lap as well. The Next Level Racing fastest lap, managing to getting to the 1:15s there. Pipping Aidan Matthews by just a couple of hundredths there in P2. 2 seconds the gap. Those two will advance to the finals. Matthew Allen in P3 there. It's a Matthew/Matthews 1, 2, 3, which I think is...
We went over that before the race started as well. We knew that one of them was going to get not eliminated, but not make it automatically through to the final. Turned out to be Matthew Allen, who did pull off that astounding overtake around the outside of Phillip, who finished in P4. But yeah, Matt Simmons, he clocked that fastest lap on the very last lap as well, crossed the line with a purple little image above his screen that we saw here on the RD side. So a 1:15.994, an absolutely killer lap, and the only driver in the 15s rather to break through the 16s.
So Heath Phillip will finish in P4 there. James Lee managing to take the pre-final qualification spot with Robin Jacobs, Adam Pruitt, and Ian Stewart being eliminated there. So, very, very interesting race that was for sure.
Yeah, it was pretty action packed, despite it lining up kind of straight up and down for a little bit of the race, but some really, really big moments in that one. Of course, Matthew Allen and then James Lee right at the end there. But I'm really excited to see how this pre-final shapes up as well. This series is really, really exciting. The way it's laid out, the format that we're dealing with the 5 heats, the pre-final and the final, reminiscent very much of the 2019 World Championships of Gran Turismo that they ran back then at the World Tours all around the world, which was really, really awesome watching, and more of the same here at Sector 1 for the Motorsport Australia event this year. So looking forward to what is to come.
No worries. So thank you, Atom. We'll talk to you a little bit later on, but for now, heat number 3, we welcome into the box Nismo Nath. Do we have you there, Nismo Nath?
Evening, mate. How are you?
I'm good. Lots of racing entertainment. Let's just hope that your whole lobby can put on as much entertainment as we've seen in these first 2 races. So what's the location of heat number 3 there, Nathan?
So we're heading to Lake Maggiore, specifically the West Circuit. So for those of you who are familiar with the Lago Maggiore or Lake Maggiore circuit, it's the variant that's got that really fun hairpin. You know the one.
Here at Sector 1, commonly known as NASCAR from the Ghost Good Doc days, have some awesome commentary moments with 2 of Sector 1's greatest commentators. And yeah, so yeah, the NASCAR is the big hairpin, and yeah, that's just going to be the hot spot in tonight's heat race. lots of action that can come from this circuit. It's one of Sector 1's crowd favorite circuits, that's for sure. So it is 4.1 kilometers and 13 turns. The Vision Gran Turismo BMW once again. 10 laps, grid start with false start check, and the racing soft tire. So, very, very exciting stuff.
Absolutely, and we've been watching these guys in warm up, and some of them are already playing for keeps. They're already battling each other and seeing what they can and can't get away. It's pretty exciting to see, and we still got a very competitive field. It's these races, they're pretty short, compared to some of the stuff that we're used to here at Sector 1, but they are no less intense, action-packed. You'd almost say condensed. But no, the BMW VGT, what a platform. What a cracking set of races we've had so far, and we look forward to a couple more, don't we, mate?
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk about the BMW VGT, but let's just say very similar pace to a GT3, but less aero grip, more mechanical grip, and yeah, very similar brakes to a GT3, so it's just a brilliant combination for racing, as we've seen in the first two races. These guys can really push the limits of grip and don't have to worry about dirty air too much and use that slipstream to their advantage. And yeah, so what do you say we get going
That's
with
exactly it.
our... Oh, wait, no, we haven't even had a look at the starting grid yet. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
We are actually down one at the moment. We're still waiting on Connor Healy, but I'm not sure if he's going to even show up, because he's the only one we're waiting for. So whether he does or does not, that's... we'll see. I don't know how long we're wanting to wait for him, but...
Yes. Hang on, I think I have a slight discrepancy on my list here. I believe we've got Benjamin Humphrey in starting P8, whereas officially it should be Connor Healy in P8. Is that correct? Am I correct in saying? Oh,
what my notes have got. Yep.
Oh wait. Yeah, Benjamin Humphrey P8. Hang on. Yeah, I am really confused. Wait.
I'm just going to cut in through from the pit lane here. I'm just sitting here in the paddock here for the next event, and I'll tell you what, spectacular views all around. Great racing as we've seen. Benjamin is actually in the next heat.
Yes.
So
so we are waiting on Connor. If Connor's around.
I don't think so.
Ben might be a little bit trigger happy at the moment, but he is in Heat 4, and he's looking forward to the next round, which is going to be fantastic.
Apologise to the viewers for that slight discrepancy, but this is how they line up. Paul Candelonian starts P1 with Jackson Austin alongside in P2. James Allen in P3. Jason Arts takes the 4th spot on the grid. Joshua Law 5th. Frederick Donaldson 6th. Lachlan Spiteri P7. And it is supposed to be Connor Healy in P8, but he's not here at the moment. So I reckon it's time to get going. What do you think, Nath?
Yeah, let's hit the button and let's see what happens. These guys, again, still a very, very talented pool of drivers, so we're looking forward to just as intense a race as the first two.
Absolutely. So... here we go, the big orange, or you've just repainted it to a red button once again, much to Carbon Boy's dismay. But we're ready to go here at Lago Maggiore. And I forgot how awful this starting camera angle is here at Maggiore, but this is what we're stuck with.
Talk about a bird's eye view.
Yeah. As the light sequence begins, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, revs rising, and they are out and racing here at Maggiore. And Donaldson, he's missed the start as they barrel down towards the first turn, commonly known as Tiramisu here in Sector 1. And do they get through cleanly? Yes, they do a little bit of glass for noodles there. The Candelonian sounds like a pasta, so that's where the nickname comes from. As they're side by side in the background, as we have a lot of J's in this lobby, I am only just noticing.
Yeah, straight away, Joshua Law, he's getting a bit pushed out onto the grass there by Arts. He's in a bit of a danger zone here, but he's probably going to do well to tuck in the back there. Yep, nicely done, nice and safe as we barrel into the left for the first time. Really, anything can happen. This is where we're going to see early moves. Austin gets a bit of a sniff there from Alan. He just makes it a bit loose though.
P2. Jackson Austin, he's into the wall. Oh dear, disaster for Jackson Austin as he slots back down to P6, and he's struggling with those tyres. And here's Donaldson looking for a move around the outside of Austin, and he gets it done. Jackson Austin, disaster on the exit of NASCAR on lap 1, but luckily there's 9 more to go. Very quick operator Jackson Austin, expect him to make his way back through the pack, but oh, absolute disaster, heartbreak for Jackson Austin here.
What a crying shame, and he started second too. He got a good launch, he was in a good spot, and to go from second to dead last in the space of half a lap, absolutely fine. But all to play for here with 9 laps to go, as you say, as we go barreling into the second turn. Camden Maloney, he's twitching that. He's absolutely unchallenged at the moment. He's got 1.5 seconds. He just does not have the stress. Just nice, clean, consistent laps, like a time trial almost. Unless one of these guys has something to say about that.
So Alan Arts, Laws, Materi, all promoted up into the points through the misfortune of Jackson Austin here, but you already see down the bottom there, Jackson Austin within slipstream range of Frederick Donaldson there, who is going for a move on Spiteri. Pulls to the inside, can he get it done? Oh, he just about, they're side by side, that's inviting Austin into things back
Austin's
again.
Invite him.
3 wide!
Austin really capitalised on that. Oh, he's thinking about it though.
And he manages to get
just in
through.
prime spot.
Oh, into the
there's a bit
wall!
of contact though. Oh, that's probably going to be frowned upon. That's you can't quite get away with doing that, but I think we'll have to have another look at that one to see truly if there was
That's
I don't know if it was
still
malicious, but it was unfortunate.
These guys are still 3 wide as they barrel down towards the final corner on lap number 2. This is absolutely incredible racing.
Who would have thought that the most intense action we would see would be for literally last place and thereabouts?
The battle for P5, the final qualifying spot for the pre-final, and Jackson Austin and Lachlan Spiteri still going at it, and Donaldson getting involved once again, as I don't think these guys will be looking at 4th place, as 4th place, Jason Law has skipped on down the road, Joshua Law.
Josh Law,
yeah. He's skipped on down the road.
He's got 4.6 seconds, so he's pretty unchallenged at the moment. Everybody in the top 3, except for sort of 2nd and 3rd, that's only the real battle. 3 seconds from the lead, but it's just everyone's nice and spread out, but the battle is on for not last.
So a little fun fact as well, I've just realised we have 4 J first names in this heat, but they're all different J's. We have James Allen, Jason Arts, Joshua Law, and Jackson Austin.
Nice.
No double ups, unlike the Matthews we had last race.
Well, absolutely. I'll tell you what, Austin's actually really starting to rope in the leader. That was 11 seconds, now it's 9.5 and rapidly climbing, so with a bit of clear air, he's probably going to we're going to see him reel into the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. As these guys begin the 4th lap here, 6 more to go. And James Allen just chilling in P2 at the moment. If he can hold on to this, it will be the final qualifying spot for the finals. With Jason Arts, Joshua Law just behind, who are having a mega battle of their own at the moment, which Jackson Austin, he's closed up that gap 2 seconds on the last lap alone. Absolutely flying is this man.
And this is the thing, right? Just a bit of clear air and a bit of clear, no traffic to worry about. You can really reel in some ground. You see Jason Arts just getting a little out of shape out of there. He just did a bit of a bum wobble, and the things are really dry, so you do need a bit of soft tyres. You've got plenty of it. You still want to be a bit careful, especially in some of those faster corners where, they're good cars, but they're not magic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely an interesting car. It will bite if you go over that limit of grip. Up until that limit of grip, very calm car, easy to drive, and I think that's why we're seeing such good racing. These top guys are able to get the most out of this car, but as soon as they go over that limit, as we saw with Jackson Austin, you find yourself in the wall and in last place. So just got to give this car that little bit of respect it deserves.
and it can happen to anyone, right? In fact, we talked a bit about how the BMW is unlike the Group 3 car. It's actually one of the earlier vision Gran Turismo cars, so the early days of the program, it's homage to the 1970s touring cars, the like the fighter era, the like the old M1, the now running the Pro cars. So it's sort of a modern reimagining of that. So again, like you say, a lot of grip, a lot of speed, but you still need to treat it with respect.
Yeah, absolutely. Fun facts with Nismo Nath here on the Sector 1 channel.
Tell you what though, Donaldson looks like he might be in range to make a move very soon. He's 0.5 away to Spiteri. He's in striking range, so really it's all he has to do is just be Johnny on the spot, wait for a mistake, or the rate he's catching, he might be able to just make a move very, very soon.
Yeah, Jackson Austin, he was in this battle in the earlier laps, but he skipped on away on for P4, while Lachlan Spiteri and Frederick Donaldson still fighting it out for the final place here. If anything happens to anyone ahead, these guys are next in line to take that final qualifying spot for the pre-final.
Certainly, and again, like you say, that's what you want, isn't it? Qualifying for the final is great, but the pre-final, that's not exactly the worst fate in the world. So, how can you play this early on?
And if I was one of these guys, the pre-final, if you're expecting to make it through the pre-final, which nobody is expecting to get through the pre-final, by the way, it is almost a wild card entry, as it's a very NASCAR-esque pre-final. So these guys, but it's extra racing. If you make it to the pre-final, you straight back in and you can have a bit more racing. Well, if you go to the final, if you're straight into the final, you have to sit around for quite a while until the final spots are sorted. So would you rather have that experience under your belt, just keeping yourself a bit warm? As we're seeing a massive battle between Donaldson and Spiteri here. A little bit of a switchback for Spiteri, and he gets back on through by Donaldson there.
Well, this is going to be dodgy though. He's getting pushed out outside, a little bit of hip and shoulder. He says, no, sorry mate, I'm taking that spot. But what's Spiteri going to do? He's going to
dear!
Speedy Austin's left the room.
He's at a disconnect. That's disaster. So suddenly, this battle between Donaldson and Spiteri is for the final spot.
Oh no. You hate
Terrible
that, but by the same token, now it's game on, isn't it? So,
yeah.
And with 4 to go, it's going to be all to play for now. As you see, Donaldson goes a little bit deep.
And then Spiteri goes back on through, back on by. Look at the next level racing action replay at what just happened there for Donaldson. He just missed his braking marker just a tad and ended up in the grass there at Kiramasu. Spiteri able to prance on by, but Donaldson looking for a counter move. Once again, chucks it down the inside. He loves this move at NASCAR, and he gets on by just about. Yes, he does. Spiteri looking for the switchback, but it doesn't open up on this occasion, and Donaldson scoots on by, back up into the final spot.
Sorry mate, I just want to call your attention to second and third. James Allen, Jason Ars, the battle's on as well for second and third. It's not quite as exciting as make or break the qualifying, but at the same token, these guys are absolutely giving it their all.
Yeah, that just peace of mind of automatically qualifying for the final, where the job's done and you can just relax and sit around for a bit and putting your laps for that Spa final.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? These guys are playing for fun. I use that term loosely, obviously, for fun. But the back here is for a premature end to the night. Get it wrong. So that's way more. But we can't take away from obviously these guys at the front because they're at the front. You know, we don't go to a race to finish okay. We want to see who wins, right? And of course, who's going to win right now? Well, it's none other than Candalonian. It's 8.5 seconds and still climbing, so no one can touch it.
Yeah, 2 more laps left in this one. James Allen and Jason Arts going at it here as they approach the final part of the lap. As something's happened here, Lachlan Spiteri is 15 seconds off the back of the pack. And it was on this lap, so something big has happened
He's got front damage too, so something's he's either he's made a mistake or there's no damage on Donaldson. I don't think it's a collision, but that's a gutting way to lose out.
Yeah, and at this point, just a couple of laps to go. You're just going to have to ride it out, unfortunately, and maybe hope for another disconnect, which is never ideal, but I mean, in sim racing, it's essentially the equivalent of a mechanical retirement.
That's exactly it, right? If he goes, no, bugger this, and leaves the night, what happens if other people have issues? I mean, at least here he's jumping on the spot if something does happen. As much as, like you say, we don't wish it on anybody, but you've got to be in it to win it, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. As not long to go in this one, lap 9 of 10 here. As running a little bit wide there was Arts in the background.
Absolutely, this is probably the battle we want to focus on because everyone else is just all on their lonesome at the moment, so if there's going to be action, it's going to be... At the moment, it's been very nice and clean from perspective. 1 and a quarter laps to go. Oh, there we go, a bit out of shape there from... he just gathers it up, but yeah, this is quite an uneventful race, except for the disconnect, which is, again, you don't like to see them being decided that way, but by the same token, 1 more to go.
As P2 and P3 sitters at the moment, it's not decided who goes through to the final just yet as they come on to the final 80 seconds of the race. 1 minute 19, the fastest lap for Paul Candellonian at the moment as they come through onto the west course, the adjoining part of the course, down towards the Ferrari S's for the final time. Up the hill they go. James Allen, Jason Arts, 3:10 separates them. Great run from Jason Arts.
This is going to be telling. Is he going to go for the dive? He goes to the right. He's thinking about it. He's having a sniff. He's going to have a look up the inside. How late on the brakes does he go? He doesn't quite dive. By the same token, if he goes to the right, he should be able to have an overlap. And then can he hold it there? Because the next few corners after this, right-handers.
This is very, very tight racing.
Can't quite make it happen.
Unable to chuck down the inside. He's running out of opportunities here, Jason Arts. And he runs wide once again. Can he cut it back in? He just needs to run into this final corner, but it looks like he's not going to get it. And James Allen should be able to hold off as we look at Paul Candellonian, who takes P1 in dominant fashion. As they come down the hill, James Allen will take P2 over Jason Arts, and it's only 2.5 tenths that separates them. Joshua Law will finish P4, and Frederick Donaldson, he will qualify for the pre-final. As he comes home across the line, P5 for the orange BMW there. And Spiteri, he rounds the second last corner into the final corner, and something happened to him on lap number 8 there, but not too sure what's happened. He will cross the line to take P6. And of course, Jackson Austin with the disconnect finishes in last, well, doesn't finish, I should say, will be last place in the classifications. But yeah, let's have a look at the results for that one. And this is how they line up after heat number 3. Paul Candellonian will take P1 with a fastest lap of a 1:19 flat. James Allen in P2 there with a 1 minute 20 flat as well. So not as well. It's 1 second off Paul Candellonian. And those two will be advancing straight to the finals. Jason Arts in P3. 11 seconds off the leader, just missing out on that finals qualification spot. Joshua Law in P4. Donaldson will take P5, the final spot in the pre-final qualifications, and it will be Spiteri and Austin who will be eliminated from this one. So, I mean, not as eventful as the first 2 races, but still quite the race, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Heart goes out to Austin. Like I said, started second, had a bit of an issue, got down to last, and then he was really roping them in. He was making some good ground, and then disconnect. I mean, how gutted would you be if you were on par to qualify for a Motorsport Australia event. And yeah, I mean, like you say, it's the sim racing equivalent of an engine failure, or it's arguably less expensive, but you'd be no less filthy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So, thank you, Nismo Nath, for joining us for heat number 3. But for now, we welcome into the comms box Karen Unleashed. Do you hear us, Karen?
Do I hear you? Of course I do. I'm right here. Good evening, everybody. There's been some fantastic racing so far. I tell you what, there's a lot of aggression on the line from a lot of these guys tonight as well. They're not afraid to throw doors. I quite like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're back in the playground, aren't we? I think it's been overall though tonight. A lot of incredible driving. We're seeing some fantastic pace from some early big name favourites as well. There's a couple of, well, I'd like to say this is the group of death because there is a couple of names here that could easily make a final. But in saying that, it's going to be tight and twisty to see who makes that pre-final. Oh, yeah, the pre-final as well. There's so many combustible elements, especially at this track that we are about to race on as well. So, guys in chat, fire in you as well. Like, I just want to know personally, who's impressed you the most so far in the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge? And let us know who you're backing as well. We want to see who's everyone's behind tonight. Me personally, I am behind Womble. So we'll wait and see how he goes.
Yeah, in the running for the Womble Award, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not a Sector 1 stream anyway. So the next track is an all-time favourite. It really is. It's a beating heartland of Australia. It's tight, twisty, it's narrow, it's death-defying. It is absolutely wonderful. We love to call it home in Australia. It's Bathurst.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a look at the track map for our heat number 4, 6.2 kilometers. It's 23 turns, the most turns of the evening. The Vision Gran Turismo BMW once again 7 laps with a grid start with false start check, racing soft tires once again, and this is how they line up for heat number 4. It is, of course, Gopi Mahinjit starting on pole, Ryan Tame alongside Liam Tane in P3, Connor Butler will start P4, Christopher Lashbrook in P5, Ben Paddy, who is a late scratching due to some real-world circumstances, real-life emergency. Wishing him all the best. Unfortunately, we couldn't see good old Pat Star here tonight. We have Red One Omar in P7 and Navin Jayarama in P6. So, yeah, how about we get things started here? Oh, wait, no, it's not Navin Jayarama. It's, who am I thinking of? Oh, it doesn't matter anyway.
We've been out of the groove for a while. It's been a month. Please forgive us. So now, yeah, I am more than happy to hit this big blue. Oh no, it's actually not blue. It's got scrapes of orange on it, but it is gold and yellow. So
any particular reason there?
For the orange, Carbon Boy. For the rest,
no, I mean the rest of the colors. Is that deeds represent or something, or?
It might be a hint for the next livery for Season 8, but anyway, I reckon we get underway. I'm just trying to do it. I'm like, what's that? How can I say it? I'm like one of those multitasking people tonight, just doing here, there, and everywhere on everything. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a handful getting things going, but we are ready to go. So I'm going to hit that button now.
Absolutely. As the big red button has been clicked, or the whatever color it is, I can't even see it from here, but we're about to go racing here at Mount Panorama. Oh, it's been a while since we've had a Bathurst race here in Sector 1. As the 6 drivers of Heat 4 are lined up and ready to go as the light sequence begins. No, it doesn't. Well, now it does. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, revs rising. They are out and away we go here at Mount Panorama. Mahinjit gets off to a great start. Ryan Tame tries to go around the outside through Hell's Bend, but can't quite get it done. Liam Tane will have to settle for 3rd. Lashbrook holds on to P4 for now. And Connor Butler onto P5, and Omar P6. No real changes through Hell's Bend, but as they head up Mountain Straight for the first time, there's a lot of crossover here, but now Liam Tane down the inside of Gopin Mahindajit, and he gets it done, gets shoved a little bit wide, and he goes down to P3 there. So the two teams, no family correlation, believe it or not, into the lead, and who's into the wall? That's Lashbrook into the wall. That's not great, but he manages to hold on to P4 for now as they continue up the hill towards the first run across the hill. A little bit cloudy here on the mountain here tonight as well. Liam Tane holds P1 as they come over through Reed Park and into McPhillamy now.
Yeah, just saw over the top of the mountain there that he got the car sideways, waving the rear end. Once you hear the hip slip by there, and they enter through the dipper. And just want to make a note, Liam and Ryan Tame are actually not related in any way, shape, or form, so they are completely on different parts of the consequence. So there's no banter, no friendly fire there.
Yeah. As they head down through Forest Elbow and down onto Conrod for the first time of 7 here in heat number 4. And Ryan Tame, known as Mountain Goaty here at Sector 1, he chucks it down the inside of Liam Tame over that ripple strip, slams on the brakes, the two of them, then neck and neck. But can't quite get the move done. Liam holds on to the lead of the race.
Yeah, there was a big show of force there by the two Tame guys. They're not afraid to throw haymakers at the moment. Mahindajit just waiting for the mistake.
Oh, very sideways!
Mahindajit will take the spot as Lashbrook will. Is he going to have a drive back? Look at this. No, he's not. He's just a bit too far back as Butler Omar. Omar's had a little bit of a moment. He's just 3.9 seconds behind. Butler is right on the back of this group as Ryan Tame runs very wide, going through Hell Corner. Lashbrook up to P3 now.
Absolutely, this is massive racing going on, and it's all spelt disaster as Ryan Tame was looking at the lead of the race, and now he's in P4 as we see Mahindajit looking for the lead on Liam Tame. Can't quite get it done through that corner on that occasion, but as they head down towards the cutting, these guys, this is a very tight battle pack.
Which one? Very wide at the cutting. Oh yeah, that's true. Liam Tame ran very wide at the cutting there. He's got Mahindajit all over his rear end, and what that's doing is it's checking them both up to Lashbrook. Lashbrook well and truly in this fight as cars scrape through the grate as they head through the park now. Butler's still in this battle as well. He's not that far behind these guys, so any simple mistake and someone is definitely going to pay.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounded like the mountain just bit somebody as we heard a little bit of contact with a wall. I'm not too sure who it was, but everyone continues on for now.
Yep, entering through Forest Elbow now, I would say at least the left-hand side of every single car in the field is completely scratched up after 2 laps. As they go down to Conrod Straight now, and Lashbrook's going to have a very, very big look here at Mahindajit. Definitely pulls alongside. The question is, does he have the pace to make the move as they enter the chase? Too wide through the chase. It's going to take some serious balls on skill. Mahindajit breaks very deep. Lashbrook's unable to get him around. Great racing so far by these guys at the moment. As they enter down into Murray's corner, it looks like Liam Tame just starting to stretch the legs a bit. A little bit of contact there from Ryan Tame on the back of Lashbrook. Lashbrook goes very, very defensive as they enter Hell Corner. They're looking at a possible spot into the final. They're sort of letting it slip away, these guys.
You see Butler getting involved as well. He had a bit of a run, but then losing the rear a little bit. Has to slot in for 5th place, but he's right up back into this is Butler here. Connor Butler looking for the move on Ryan Tame, but is nowhere to go.
Oh, no, as there's 3 wide.
Oh, Griffin's Bend doesn't let you go 3 wide. Oh. As Butler, he's run very wide. Did he hit the wall there?
No, he's just unfortunately, it's just, I applaud the commitment, but unfortunately he has left him short-changed there. As it was the unlucky one on the outside, he had to pull it up and let it go, otherwise he was straight in the wall. What that's done is it's left him a second behind Lashbrook in P4.
Absolutely, but I think he should still qualify for the pre-final as Omar sitting back in 6th spot, but any misfortune which on the mountain can come at any moment. Omar is back into the into this race and could potentially be looking at a qualification to the pre-final. As they come through Forest Elbow for the third time and barrel down Conrod Straight. Getting up to, can you give us a reading on the speedo at the end of the straight there, Karen?
Well, just watching the tape at the moment, he's got no slipstream. He's just got 260 over the speeding sign. And Mahindra is definitely well on the way to 280. As time is starting to drop. Looks like Mahindra just might not have the corner exit speed of Liam Tame here, but he's definitely got him under braking. Gap is definitely starting to close, but on the top of the mountain, Tame is just that little bit quicker. Brian Tame over at P3 though is 1.1 seconds behind. He's got to find something here to catch up with the final spot. Lashbrook's still there or thereabouts. He's on the second behind, so maybe this opportunity is right there. As is Butler, so they haven't lost out as much as what they could have lost out with that 3 wide entry to represent there. Over 11 seconds behind now, so it's going to take something more detrimental in terms of an incident for to catch back up. But it looks like this battle is starting to close up at the front of the field now. Brian Tame starting to catch the top 2.
Absolutely. As they come through the cutting. Lashbrook grazing the wall there, and that leaves him vulnerable to Connor Butler there.
Yep, so that's both sides of his car now scratched up as they drove over the top of Silver Park here, heading towards the break.
Leaving a lot of paint on the railings, that's for sure. Grazing every corner he's going through, not leaving much in the way of track limits here is Lashbrook.
The City Council won't like that one little bit as they go over the top of the skyline, and one thing I'm noticing over the top of the mountain is how much these cars do close up. Right? Starting to just crack that gap to beat the jet. It's now under 4 seconds, so it's made a time over the first 2 sectors. And it looks like the Interjet might have a big run here. He had a very awkward exit though. The rear end got very, very unstable.
He's got a run on Liam Tame. Interjet's in a Tame sandwich here at the moment.
Well, anyway, we say that as Butler is now touching this battle. He's catching the traction quite nicely. He's 6 tenths behind, and still very, very looks like he's really dropping off the back of Brian Tame. So it's all about that top 3 at the moment. If Brian Tame capitalise on a mistake from Liam Tame and Interjet, as you just saw there, Interjet very slippery sideways out of Murray's
Fastest lap for Brian Tame.
So he's not making any fast laps in the spot. Make no bones about this kid, and for being kid, he's very, very young. He's 16.
No, he's older than that. He's an adult now. He was a kid, but not anymore.
No, he's grown up into a full mountain goat. And, yeah, he's very, very fast. And it looks like the satellite racing car of Liam Tame himself is doing a great job of one of the fastest, I'd say, single lap drivers in all of Australia. He might be the Interjet. See, the Interjet does regularly feature in the top 100 of the world's time trials in small mode all-time trial. Very, very good operator, a 3-time winner of second runs Division 1 championship.
Can you name those 3 titles?
No. Anyway, as we tune back into the action here, it looks like the speed has really ramped up. We're seeing total sectors over the top of the skyline from the Interjet and the Brian Tame. This top 3 battle really starting to close in and really accumulate to something that could be an absolute slop on by the time we get to lap 7.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys, I'll just jump in here from the pit lane. This is Adam speaking. Just came back from Heat 2. Just had a bit of feedback around the paddock about the broadcast audio levels. Make some adjustments to the race directors up a couple of notches and for yourself up one as well, and the game sound down one just to balance out the sound so our guys can hear nice and crisp what's going on here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Atom.
So Adam down in the pit lane as he starts to head towards the hot stand now. Thank you very much, Adam. And yeah, it looks like these guys definitely starting to ramp up the pace a little bit left coming in today as Liam Tame now taking the fastest lap of the race at 1:59.1. That is storming pace. These guys are all within 2 tenths of each other. Coffee did a 1:59.2, so did Brian Tame. Lashbrook did a 2-minute flat, and Connor Butler's actually caught the back of Lashbrook here, so by the end of the lap, he might just decide to make a move here.
Yeah, absolutely.
As, Lashbrook
maybe
goes
even
defensive
now.
after- Yep. Oh, Lashbrook definitely defensive, but it's just...
Switchback is on. No, it's not. He holds it behind.
And I don't think he's going to get up into the cutting here. Oh, he's definitely thinking about it though.
Oh, he's
Shows
put the nose in. Woo.
Great
Luckily,
awareness though
Lashbrook.
by Lashbrook. Oh, that was close. If anything, it's starting to seem like it's getting a bit more cloudy in here, so I wonder if we're going to let a little bit of that infamous backburst rain over the top of the mountain. Right, it's definitely starting to fog up a little bit.
Definitely a
Looks
bit of alpine
Liam
mist.
Tame's made a bit of... Oh, Liam Tame made a big mistake down the S's there. Gopi Mahindajit was able to close up severely on the back of Tame. What this has done is these two can't get too cute, because if they do, Ryan Tame is right there.
As
And
he's,
this is
this is
for a spot in the
closer.
final.
This is closer than he's ever been before. Mahindajit on Tame for the lead of the race. Just 600ths as they come into the chase. Is this? Is he going to have enough legs to get by? Are they going to go too wide through the chase? Yes, they are. But he manages to sit back in. Tries around the outside. Not much room there. But that brings Ryan Tame back into things, and we've got just 2 minutes remaining in this race.
Mahindajit's wide!
Oh!
Mahindajit's gone wide!
Ryan
And
Tame
Ryan
back
Tame
up
is
into P2.
That was fantastic defensive driving there by Liam Tame. He was able to cut across the nose, but he had so much ground in front of him that he was able to look behind him, that he was able to do it safely. Mahindajit was aware of that, tried to cut back of his own, and on the exit just completely compromised. So Mahindajit, one of the big favourites here in this Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge. Now on the back foot, he's got to find 0.6 of a second or hope that these two absolutely throw haymakers at each other.
I don't know, Ryan Tame, he might be just playing it sensible here. It stays as is. He gets a guaranteed spot in the final. He doesn't need to win the race. But for Mahindajit's sake, he's going to be hoping that the two Tames, they battle it out and hopefully draw him back into things. With that slipstream, it's looking grim for Gopi Mahindajit.
There's one big thing about this. These guys are racing car drivers. They will not hesitate going for a win. They'll fight for the last skittle in the bag if they've got half a sniff at it. As a bit of a graze on the top of McPhillamy from Ryan Tame, and it's just allowed the gap for Liam Tame to extend, but he's really struggling coming down the S's as Liam Tame. I've seen him a couple of times lose quite a substantial amount of time, as he does again on the exit of the dipper. Ryan Tame, could he have a possible look at Forrest Elbow? No, he decides to just tuck it in. Mahindajit, big dive on the inside.
Oh, what a move! Manages to get it done, but who has the slipstream down the back straight?
That was a little bit of a Paul Clinton, you'll miss it moment. Mahindajit definitely put the nose up. Might be questionable over how far it was up. We'll wait and see, but Ryan Tame now, he's going to have to go toe-to-toe with Mahindajit as they go into the chase. They throw straight very deep.
But it looks like he's going to hold on. Right up under the rear bumper. He's going to have one more opportunity to throw it down the inside. He goes around the outside. Can he get it done? He holds it. Is he able to hold it? No. Mahindajit holds the position. What an incredible race. P1 for Liam Tame. P2 for Gopi Mahindajit. P3 for Ryan Tame. And it'll be Lashbrook in P4. And Butler will settle for the final spot in the pre-final. Omar will unfortunately be eliminated from this one in P6.
That final lap, I lost my breath. Wow, what a battle that was. Definitely elbows out racing there from Mahindajit. He wasn't afraid to make it happen, and yeah, no, that was absolutely brutal. Wow. I'm not going to catch my breath. Oof. Oh, guys in chat, what did you think of that? That was fantastic. Oof. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm completely speechless. And that doesn't happen often. What a fantastic race that was. And Lashbrook able to just hold out Butler there. So, but they'll go through into the pre-final, which will be happening soon. Ooh, boy.
So we have one more heat left. The last few spots in the pre-final Yet to be decided, but we'll just have a look at the results for heat number 4. So this is how they shape up after 7 laps of the mountain. Liam Tame takes P1 with a 1:59.1, his fastest lap. P2, Mahindajit, those two will advance to the final, with the 3 next drivers going to the pre-final. Those are Ryan Tame, who so close to advancing through to the final, and Lashbrook there in P4 going through to the pre-final, and Connor Butler in P5 will also advance to the pre-final, with Omar unfortunately going home at the first hurdle. So, what a race that was. Just start to finish, bumper to bumper action. That's the kind of stuff that Mount Panorama throws up, and we love to see it.
Yep, agreed. It is a spiritual home of a lot of leagues here in Australia. Mount Panorama, one of the world's best tracks, and wow, that's just yeah, that was epic. I've got to call a pre-final yet. Jeez, I'm out of breath. I don't know what's going on here. So no, that was fantastic racing, and yeah, definitely. I'm already seeing some pens clicking in the incident report lounge at the moment, which I've just about to have a look at, and yeah, there's quite a bit of action and quite a few words going on up and down pit lane at the moment. So stay tuned. We've got one more heat race to come. And then we have got the pre-final and our grand final. So stay tuned, guys. There is still plenty more action. Oh, God, I've got to get my breath back before the pre-final. I'm sorry, Lonatius and everybody.
It's okay. Go catch your breath before the pre-final. But in the meantime, thank you very much, Brent, for joining us here tonight on such late notice, of course, with your circumstances. But we welcome back into the box HC Atom. Can you hear us, mate?
Yeah, good to be back, mate. Happy to be here. Before we do crack on with the next one, I'm going to double down on the feedback we had from the paddock a little bit earlier. The audio still not quite right for our guys on audio control. So if you could, Lachlan, could we send up the race director audio by a couple of clicks, yourself by 1, and drop down the game audio by 1 click as well? That might balance it out for our guys to be able to hear it a little bit better. But it's been a great night of racing so far. That race, just one example of why racing at Bathurst is so good, especially when it comes to Australian competitors, because there's guys like those who will just sink hour after hour into the Bathurst, the track around there, the Mount Panorama circuit. Really high skill sections over the mountain as well, really providing a handful for our drivers, and a surprise for a lot that Ryan Tame did not make it through. Of course, a familiar name for a lot of people in Sector 1, other leagues around the place, Ryan Tame, or Mountain Goat as he's known to a lot of people. Not qualifying straight through to the final, although up against very stiff competition there in the form of Viper Z or Liam Tame, the other Tame, but not a brother, of course, as you guys did mention, and Gopi Mahindajit in P2. Yeah, but we do actually have a brother pairing tonight who are competing together. They weren't in the same heat, but the 2 Allen brothers, so that's James and Matthew, they are brothers. So we do have a brother pairing here. We'll see if that results in any teamwork later on tonight.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, but, we're a bit short for heat number 5 tonight. There's supposed to be 8 guys on track, but we are down 2. DP Mario, or Dan Mario, who he's away from home this evening and mistimed his calendar a little bit and isn't able to make the race tonight. We're also missing JRM as well, the one of the drivers from Heat 5 as well. So we're down to 6. So one of our drivers will be eliminated in this race and the rest will proceed on, whether it's to the grand final or to the pre-final remains to be seen. Should we talk about our track and our car, shall we?
Yes. So the starting lineup for this race is Guy Barber on pole, Luke Stone P2, Nathan Donaldson P3, Dan Mario late scratching unfortunately, so it'll be Samuel Lang in P4, Austin Carter in P5, and Scott James in P6. So we will be saying goodbye to one of our drivers here. And the track map, of course, for the final heat, it's Monza. Crowd favourite, 11 turns, some of the most iconic corners in the world. Once again, the BMW Vision Gran Turismo is our car of choice. 8 laps, grid start with false start check, racing soft tyres once again. So let's click that big red button, Atom.
All right, we'll get this one underway. Now, keep your eyes out on turn 1. Infamous among sim racing circles. A lot of guys will be familiar with the carnage that can unfold at turn 1, lap 1, Monza. And a grid start for these guys here. Once again, as we've been seeing all night for our guys, a real handful. This car is off the line. Gear selection, important. Use of traction control, also up in the air. So down to turn 1, they're going to be too wide. And let's see what happens and what unfolds. Let's hope that there's nothing too untowards between our drivers. The lights are up. They're ready to rock and roll. Take us away, Lachlan.
5 lights, revs rising. They are out and away we go. Guy Barbara gets off to a good start over Luke Stone there in P2. We see Donaldson gets the jump on Luke Stone, pulls alongside. We see Carter and Lung in the background battling it out for those final positions, but the carnage. The turn 1 Monza. Oh!
Into the back of Donaldson at turn 1. This is what we talked about with Monza. It's a bit of a dodgy rejoin from Donaldson, but luckily nothing resulting of it. He drops down to last place, but not out of the fight. So he's still in the race, crucially.
As these guys unable to handle that first chicane through the Curva Grande and down towards the Redifio chicane now.
Liang down the inside on towards the second chicane here. Stone on the outside. They're going to go wheel to wheel through the chicane, which is not something you see very often. Very hard to do around here. They both get through cleanly, and Stone manages to hold on to P2 and that grand final spot.
Yeah, these guys absolutely battling it out at the moment from start to finish. First to last at the moment. Very, very tight and a bit of a scrappy start, but these guys continue on. All clean from the race director in terms of red flag situation. But yeah, these guys continuing on. Guy Barbara leads the way.
Yep, Guy Barbara managing to skip away a little bit in the early stages. 3 seconds to the good now. Much the sort of thing that we're expecting to see from him in this sort of race. Reminiscent of Andrew Lee in race number 1 this evening as well. Getting away at Daytona and getting a very similar gap down there to what we're seeing here. But the big battle is Stone and Liang in P2 and 3. Going for a move potentially into turn 1 this time around. So the exit for the Parabolica going to be crucial for Liang on the way out here onto the home straight.
Absolutely. As they barrel down lap 1 of 8, done and dusted. And as they barrel down towards turn 1.
This is the power of the slipstream as Liang at the toe of Stone. Goes to the inside, going to go for that P2 position. Down the inside, no defense put up from Stone, although he's going to look to hold it around the outside, Max Verstappen style into the left-hander. They come together, they do, there's contact at the apex. Liang comes off worse, and Stone manages to retain P2 for now.
As they come through Curva Grande and down into De La Roggia for the second time, as Guy Barbara has skipped off into the distance. 5 seconds in a lap and a bit. Oh my
Liang's
goodness.
Up the inside on the way into the second chicane. He's well ahead this time, and Stone can do nothing to fight back against the driver who now sits in P2 ahead as they get into the Lesmo corners.
We have a look at the Next Level Racing action replay at that move from Lung on Luke Stone there. As these guys going at it through the second Lesmo, as you can see in the live replay, live box down in the bottom corner, and Stone's back through, but Donaldson right with him as well, pressuring for these final podium places.
Second place is a fight between 3 drivers right now. Liang and Stone trading every corner, it seems. Stone going for a move with that second Lesmo back there, and Liang goes up the inside on the way into a Ascari. 2 places on this track which are pretty unusual for overtaking.
Oh, Donaldson's gone!
Has had a massive oversteer moment on the way through Ascari chicane, sends it into the gravel trap, and now is down in P5 and drops further to P6 and is now at risk of being eliminated from the competition in its entirety. That's a huge blow for Donaldson. Down the inside, Liam Stone goes once again. I think it was Liam Stone. I've actually forgotten the name. Bit of contact with the apex. That might be looked at by the stewards, but the upshot is he's now into P2 ahead of Liam. So, again, trading positions every corner, it seems. These guys are so closely matched that they cannot be separated by pace alone.
Yeah, that's Luke Stone there, Atom, with Luke Stone and Samuel Lung, who are battling it out at the Redifio chicane at turns 1 and 2 here at the famous Monza. As these guys, 4/10, nothing's able to separate these guys at the moment.
That's the first time they've gone through a corner in a while where they haven't changed position. So one of the more stale parts of the race so far, despite Leon getting very, very close there to the inside.
Oh, throws it down the inside.
And late on the brakes, managed to get it pulled up to the outside for Stone. Can't quite keep it together, has to compromise his exit, and Leong's got away there. This is now nearly a second between them as they head through the Lesmos.
Brilliant move, textbook move from Samuel Lung there. I mean, he's just been putting these moves on Luke Stone all race.
We can expect to see a similar response from Luke Stone at some point later on in the race. The gap's a little bit a bridge too far right about now, but come a couple of laps time with the benefit of the slipstream, Luke Stone might have an answer for him. And still 5 laps to go for these guys, or 4.5 at this point, and improving still. Luke Stone, a blue sector through there as they come to the final sector of this lap. So the pace is still good for him at this point.
Absolutely. As Guy Barber has absolutely just taken off. He's 10 seconds ahead of P2, and we're only 3 laps in. This is absolute domination from Guy Barber here, and he's gone even quicker, set an even quicker purple lap. Keen to see what the lap time is between the 2 trailing cars of Samuel Lung and Luke Stone. And they can only go about a second off the lap time of Guy Barber there. So
a wee way down for Luke Stone there, but that was because he got overtaken during that lap. He's really struggling to hold on to the slipstream of Samuel Leung in front and very deep into the first chicane here as they go through, but he manages to keep it close enough. Some people might be a little bit surprised or not surprised by the current result in standings with Guy Barber out the front. Those of you may know him in the online scene as Distinct Twitchy, teammate to Distinct Andrew, who of course won the first heat tonight. Twitchy or Guy Barber, a very, very quick operator. A lot of people know just how quick he is, and it doesn't come as a massive surprise that he's outperforming these guys by this much at this stage. But what you won't know, and what he's not really given away at the moment, is that he's probably still in a state of jet lag, having returned from the Gran Turismo World Finals last weekend on Tuesday or Wednesday, the week just gone. So recovering from that European time zone, Guy Barber showing no signs of weakness, however, here in the Motorsport Australia event here tonight, the inaugural event here, hosted by Sector 1, which we're so happy to be hosting this year for the first time, and hopefully we'll be hosting again for many, many years to come.
Absolutely. Bit of an update, Nathan Donaldson manages to get himself back up into the pre-final qualification position of P5 ahead of Scott James there.
Scott James dropping down to P6, had a bit of a poor lap on lap number 3, so looks like he's lost a bit of time at some point there. What's interesting here now, I'm going to out a couple of guys at this point in the race as well. The bottom 3 all running traction control of some description on the BMW, so perhaps struggling to wrap their head around the power output of this car. Of course, we know it's 541 horsepower to the ground for this car. Front engine, rear wheel drive, very, very slippery on exit corners, so you can understand why they'd be running traction control, but it just shows the difference between the top 3 and the bottom 3 here. The top 3 running 0 traction control all the way up and down, and the bottom 3 needing a little bit of help to put that power down on the exit corners.
Yeah, this track in particular, you've got to be very, it's definitely a 50-50 whether you use traction control or not. Of course, having this higher power car, it can be a bit difficult to put the power down, and the overall loss of using traction control, if you're constantly losing the rear and losing chunks of time, it's, for a lot of these guys, it's just a lot better and a bit of a compromise just to flick that traction control onto 1 and take the immediate performance loss instead of completely messing up your corner or even worse, your race.
Yeah, a bit of a juggling act. You win some, you lose some, swings and roundabouts and all that sort of thing. So these guys trying to make the best of the situation that they're given. Of course, here at Monza with so few corners, only 11 corners on this track. Exit for every corner is crucial. These corners, the way you take them and the speed at which you take them counts twice as much as at a regular racetrack, because they're all followed, as we see, Luke Stone through Ascari get very, very sideways and drop a bunch of time to Samuel Leung. So we're probably going to see the grid finish as they sit right now. So Guy Barber leading the way from Samuel Leung, who will probably take that second spot in the grand final, and Luke Stone currently sitting the first in the pre-final qualifiers in P3. But as I was saying, the way you run through the corners here is doubly as important as most tracks, because every corner just about on this track is followed by an exceptionally long straight. So your speed at which you apex and your speed at which you exit become absolutely crucial to the lap time around the entirety of the track. So you're going to be on a knife's edge around this track.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Luke Stone in his pursuit for Samuel Leung here, but that gap stagnating at about 2 seconds between these two. So, yeah, not much going on between these two at the moment.
Well, the one that we want to watch out for, and he's not really looking too close right now, is James down the bottom. So we want to make sure that he doesn't get too close to Donaldson ahead. He's currently carrying a 1 second penalty, so really, really struggling down the bottom end. But the battle between Carter and Donaldson, if these guys get too close together, they might run into an incident between each other, because it's very, very easy to send a driver off here at Monza, as we saw, of course, in turn 1, a big incident there as well, punt into that braking zone. If we see something similar from these two, that might bring James back into it. So he's certainly not out of the running yet, despite being such a long way off the main pack.
Yeah, absolutely. As these guys continue on for now, lap 6 it is. The race is very much calmed down at the moment, which is very not very Monza-esque, I guess you could say.
No, not Monza-esque, and not Motorsport Australia-esque so far tonight. It's it's been a battle of keeping up with the action on track so far tonight, for the 4 heats that we had earlier on. But this heat has really brought us back down to earth a little bit with racing, and chilled us out. And it looks like perhaps just the matchmaking on this one, the guys were kind of locked into this grid with some very, very consistent skill gaps between them, because you see the gaps up and down the field. You're seeing 12 seconds, 2 seconds, 9 seconds. The only two that are close together, Carter and Donaldson. But, these guys are more or less in order of skill right now. So it's kind of testament to the qualifying that was run for this series leading up to it, that it really sorted these guys out into the order that they belonged.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the less exciting races that we've had so far, but with 2 laps to go, Carter and Donaldson, they might be able to throw some fists at one another as they come through Curva Grande at the moment. And yeah, Donaldson, he's looking very racy.
Oh, he's going to get pushed on the glass there as well. Look at that. There was a really tight squeeze from Carter. He's going to be late on the brakes, though. Completely missed his braking marker. And this is what I was talking about. This is what James needs to look out for. Donaldson's been reset onto the track, lost heaps of time. James is a long way back, but more of the same, and he will be in with a sniff at an opportunity to qualify for that pre-final. So just as we were talking about how dull a race can get in a situation like this, Donaldson decided to really spice things up for us, as we saw with Matthew Allen in the second race, the second heat at Road Atlanta. So making things interesting once again for us. So probably not enough time for him to catch back up to Carter once again and have another crack at it with only a lap and a half to go. But, we asked and he delivered. He made things interesting for us and brought some action to the screens for us this evening at Monza.
I mean, was that really worth the risk for Donaldson? I'm not too sure, but he still holds on to the qualifying spot, so not all is lost.
A little bit of TV time can't hurt, Love to be on the broadcast stream with a commentator screaming your name. Everyone loves the sound of their own voice. Perhaps that was what Donaldson was after, but he's actually gaining a bit of time out of Carter here as well. He's pulled a second on him in the last couple of corners, so perhaps something going wrong for Carter here. Perhaps something could change in the late stages of this race, but right now, going into the last lap, Guy Barbara, a dream race for him, away up the front, and at Monza, there's a risky track to come to at the best of times, despite being perhaps one of the most highly skilled drivers on the roster this evening. You come to Monza, it could take anyone taking you out at that first corner. As we saw, we did have some contact there, but luckily for Guy Barbara, he managed to stay away from it all. But a lot of risk coming into this one, but he's managed to get away and pull 17 seconds on the guys behind, and he'll be more than happy with that, and an easy ticket into the grand final. Stone in second place managed to sort himself out. In fact,
that's changed over.
Yeah, the gap to Leung is about a second. It looks like Leung may have made a mistake at some point. I didn't see when or how.
Yeah, that's a very recent occurrence that Stone is on track to qualify for the final. He was looking short of pace, and judging by the lap times, he's actually lower on every lap. But how has he done this? How has Luke Stone got ahead of Lung? Has Lung made a mistake on this lap? He's had
Lowe's made a
to.
mistake on this lap for sure. He's going to close in a little bit on the way to Parabolic, or Alboreto as it's now called at Monza.
As
but
we
he's not gonna be
look
close
up
enough
to
go for
Guy
a move.
Barbara to take P1. But yeah, Luke Stone and Samuel Lung. It's Luke Stone against all the odds is going to take P2 in this one. That's a massive blunder from Samuel Lung, and he's got to have to go through stage 3 to make it to the finals. P2
That's
for
a
Stone,
huge loss, man. He
P3
now
for Lung.
He now has to gamble that pre-final.
And Donaldson has got ahead of Carter, which is not worth anything at the moment, but he's managed to reel in 3 seconds in 2 laps. Great job to Donaldson.
How did we miss all of the action in that final lap despite having nothing to watch for the entirety of the race? These guys, they just hate commentators. That's what's going on.
Yeah. Well, we can't make a commentator's curse if we can't see the action.
Yeah, they're playing the smart game, these guys in this lobby. So a very well run Heat 5 there for these guys. So not too bad a result. Twitchy, of course, walks away with an easy win there. Not an easy win, but a comfortable win for sure. And he'll be more than happy with that result, going into the grand final to be reunited with his teammate Andrew Lee and see who can take the fight to the top end of the podium.
I am... I can barely hold my laugh in. The guys in chat, absolute comedians. They've made up their own game of rock, paper, scissors, but it's discount rock, paper, scissors, stone, paper, lung. And Woody comes in and he says, who would have thought Stone beats Lung? Oh my God.
That's very well done. You know, this is what happens when you leave guys to sit in their imagination during a race like that. You know, no action for the entirety of the session until the last lap. These guys are coming up with new games and making puns out of the drivers' surnames. So there you have it. But, you know, immortalized in Sector 1 and Motorsport Australia history, Stone, Paper, Lung. A new game to play with your friends when you're a little bit down for time. So there you go.
As we have the official race results for heat number 5 here at the MAGTEC Sector 1 Motor Australia event. Guy Barbara takes P1 with the fastest lap, edging into the 144s there as well. He has a 1-second penalty, which he has picked up for his troubles somewhere on that final lap. Luke Stone, against all the odds, has got ahead of Samuel Lung and will advance to the finals here. Samuel Lung falls short when it matters, and he's going to be heading to the pre-final along with Donaldson and Carter, with Scott James, the one driver, heading home tonight from heat number 5. So, woof, well, lots of action in the heats. But for now, we're going to head to a intermission, and then we'll be back. We'll sort out the starting grid for the pre-final, which isn't too far away, scheduled at, let me just have a look at our, oh no, I'll just flash the streaming schedule up on the screen. That's a good idea because I have that. Here is the schedule. So, at 8 o'clock is the scheduled time for the pre-final. So, join us back here in 20 minutes, and we will be ready to go for the pre-final. So much action to look forward to. We've had stewards' decisions coming through, and yeah, we've had the final orders confirmed for you in a couple of minutes. But for now, that's Lenosis and Atom signing it off. Or thank you, Atom, once again for your second heat here tonight.
Not a problem, mate. Happy to be here.
And if we have a spot, we might be able to see you later on in the night. But for now, goodbye for now, let's call it.
Alrighty, we'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, we're going to the intermission. We'll be right back. Catch you guys.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Oh, who's gonna concede? Nobody concede. Buzzing, sixes through.
Or getting absolute muscle there at turn 1. That was an absolute disaster.
Oh, he's far!
Oh no! That's massive for Adam.
All over the rear bumper of Spin, mate. These guys are knocking heads with each other like nothing we've ever seen before.
Jeep pulls out to the outside. Here we go again.
AEST, he's going to go for a move here. The 2 Ferraris in front of him.
Jeesh went wide. Jeesh is
Oh!
in trouble with Schumacher. Oh, good contact.
Oh, massive contact there.
This is going to be an incredible finish for these two.
The speed, the overspeed happening. They're going to go 3 wide into
Oh.
turn 1.
There's contact there from Tracy that comes through on the way in. He tries to reverse and gets his way.
Shoved out wide. Oh, huge contact.
This is fantastic. On the outside though into turn 1.
As he chucks it down the inside anyway. What is this? Oh my gosh! What a move from GTR!
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today. Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Oh, who's going to concede? Nobody concede. Bunting sifts it through.
Or getting absolute muscle there at turn 1. That was an absolute disaster.
Oh, he's far. Oh, no. That's massive for Adam.
All over the rear bumper of Smith, mate. These guys are knocking heads with each other like nothing we've ever seen before.
G pulls out to the outside. Here we go again.
86 there, he's going to go for a move here, the 2 Ferraris in front of him.
G went wide. G's in
Oh!
trouble with Schumacher. Oh, good contact.
Oh, massive contact there.
This is going to be an incredible finish for these two.
The speed, the overspeed happening. They're going to go 3 wide into
Oh.
turn 1.
There's contact there from Tracy that comes through on the way in. He tries to redress and gets it, that's his way.
Shoved out wide. Oh, huge contact.
This is fantastic. On the outside though into turn 1.
As he chucks it down the inside anyway. What is this? Oh my gosh! What a move from GTR!
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today. Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's sport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day, race against the clock at a hill climb, or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Hello, everybody. We are back here at the Sector 1 HQ, and we are here at Blue Moon Bay Speedway for the pre-final event of the MAGTEC, the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge. And oh, what some lovely events we've had. Some races so fast. Those short 15-minute snappy races. We've seen winners, we've seen some losers, and the stewards have made their verdict. So this will be the official starting grid for our pre-final event, and it reads like this. Ridwan Imhanza will start from pole position ahead of Matthew Allen, alongside Ryan Tame starts P3, Nathan Donaldson in P4, James Walbutton in 5th, James Lee in 6th, Jason Art 7th, Connor Butler 8th, Joshua Green 9th, Heath Pillip 10th, Joshua Law 11th, Christopher Lashbrook 12th, Samuel Lung 13th, and Frederick Donaldson in 14th. So we're just waiting on a couple more drivers to join the lobby. We're still a little bit, well, actually, it's one more driver now. It's, yeah, so we're a little bit early behind schedule. I mean, ahead of schedule. We've gained up a little bit of time here with the intermission, which is nice to see. But yeah, we'll just have a look at our track map, how that is shaping up at the moment. Oop, that is the wrong track map. Excuse me. There we go. So Blue Moon Bay is the speedway. It's a 2-mile speedway, I believe. 3 turns. It's a tri-oval, of course, NASCAR style, 20 laps. It's a grid start with false start check. We are changing machinery for this one. We are, of course, in the MX-5 Roadster Touring Car, the Mazda MX-5 Roadster Touring Car. And racing hard tires for this one. It's 1 times fuel burn and 1 times tire burn. So nothing, no issues with tires for these guys in this one. So joining me in the comms box for this pre-final event is Karen Unleashed. Do you copy, Karen?
Yeah, I'm just here. I'm just waiting on what is going on because we've got a full grid and I'm still waiting for Ryan Tame to join the lobby. So just trying to figure out what the GO is. So just bear with me, guys.
So at the moment, we're just waiting on the last few guys to join. I think there's somebody in the lobby who, oh wait, hang on. It's Carter. So somebody's in this lobby. Hang on. I'm just trying to find what we are looking. Oh, yes, okay. So there's the confusion. Contrary to what we said, it's the final heat. It was only the top 4 that advanced to the pre-final, as opposed to the 5th heat, if that makes instead of the top 5 from the other heats, just because there's only 14 drivers eligible for a race. That's our my bad in the comms box for missing that small detail. I apologize to the viewers, but Carter has not qualified for the pre-final, unfortunately. Austin Carter, the number 99 car, which we led to believe was racing. But for now, do we have everybody ready to go here, Karen Unleashed?
Nearly. I've just fine-tuning the computer at the moment. I've just only got like 1 car to move. We've just finished taking up all the stewards' reports at the moment as well. The current stewards' report is final, as of course, with all the decisions, and there's been a lot of chaos tonight. That's the best way to say it. So we are going to just keep looking forward at the moment. There's a couple of guys that are still unsure about their defenses at this point. We are just finishing those off now, so stay tuned as well, albeit they will not affect the final results of the pre-final, because we've just checked through a couple and they don't actually change any of the positions that are done in terms of the actual race results. So stay tuned and we will get that one sorted as quick as we can. But for now, we've just got one or two more cars just to put in position.
Wall button was having the pit glitch, so he's just leaving and then joining back. So hopefully a non-issue when he joins back, which is a little bit unfortunate. But what can you do?
Yeah, exactly. Technology, mate. Can't live with it. Can't live without it. So
yeah, Gran
just bear with us,
moments.
guys. Yeah, and that's the unfortunate bit about Gran Turismo 7. It is quite an annoying little thing to work with at times. It can be very buggy, very issuey. Oh, how many issues have we actually had with Gran Turismo in the past? It's just an absolute nightmare to deal with sometimes. So yeah, not too bad at all, though, in terms of the actual fun of the game. So if you haven't got a copy of Gran Turismo 7, please do. Jump on. It is absolutely great fun once you get the hang of it. A lot of the guys here have actually just started in terms of, getting used to things and then learning from drivers that are, far more established, that have been around in the game for quite a while. Yeah, jump on board. It is well worth buying yourself, even if it's just a copy of Gran Turismo on a controller, just to cut a few laps, or if you want to start getting serious into your sim racing and buy yourself a next level racing GT racer seat, or in the guys that are racing tonight, in their case, win one. We highly encourage it. It's great fun.
And Wall button is his internet is having internet issues, but he's restarting his PlayStation. He's hoping he can get back up and running in the next couple of minutes. Time certainty for the race start is in 4 minutes' time. So let's just hope he can get back in to the lobby and racing.
Yep. So hopefully he jumps back in as quick as he can. We'll wait and see. It's been a bit of an issue, unfortunately, in terms of Gran Turismo. The servers sometimes at the peak hour do sort of play a little bit of havoc. So yeah, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely.
We might as well check in the chat. Or actually, is Adam still around? I don't know if he might have made his way away.
Indeed, I am. I had to close my microphone off, but I am still here. I'm still floating about, listening to the debate that rages on about the benefits and the cons of Gran Turismo 7. But we are here. We are ready to rock and roll. Of course. So, like you say, internet issue perhaps this time around, not a Gran Turismo issue. Although first thing to jump on always is the fault with Gran Turismo. But going into the pre-final, this is going to be one of the most exciting parts of the evening for sure. The Blue Moon Bay Tri-Oval Circuit. It is a fictional circuit, so it's available only in Gran Turismo. There's nothing like it in real life. Well, I'd say there's things like it, but not quite the same, because all ovals tend to be a little bit similar. But there is a braking zone or two at this oval. The car we're driving is a Mazda MX-5 touring car. A little bit of downforce on it, so it does have plenty of grip to go with, and a fairly low-powered car, but because of that downforce, the slipstream does affect it in a pretty significant way, which means the slipstream at this oval circuit is going to be one of the most important parts of the race for these guys to consider. And that's why we talk about it being a bit more of a lottery than a fully skill-based race. There's going to be an element of luck to who goes through from this race into the grand final. And tell me, Lachlan, how many drivers from this race go through to the grand final? Is it 2 or is it 3?
The top 4 from this one will be going through to the final. So you just got to make sure you finish in those top 2 rows, and you will be booking your ticket to the Spa final, which does come with a 10-minute qualifying. So we'll shake up the grid once again, and then we'll get into a full race length. So, I'm so ready for this one. We ready to go here, Brent?
I believe we are. I reckon this one has been an absolute slobber knocker. We're just actually doing the final stewards decision as we speak. So, this whole field, looking at this field, there is so many drivers that are A+ rated, or just wow. I've got butterflies. I'm starstruck here. So
yeah, pretty stacked going into the pre-final for sure. We've seen some sort of skill levels up and down so far this evening, from the top of the field to the bottom of the field. But now we're starting to get to the business end of the championship, and it's really, we're equalising on skill up and down. You know, I feel like I haven't seen Ridwan and Hamza since the start of the evening, which is exactly when I saw him last. You know, it feels like it's been a long time. But looking forward to seeing him back in action here for the pre-final, starting on pole position, of course, and then Matthew Allen in P2, another one of those guys that I'm looking forward to seeing on track as well. And Ryan Tame, so unlucky in his race to drop behind Gopi Mahinderjit into P3 and end up in the pre-final, but not starting in too bad of a spot. And the rest of the way down, you know, these guys, anyone could take a spot here, even from all the way back. Frederick Donaldson could make his way to the top if he plays his cards right. So everything to play for in the pre-final and an opportunity for a spot in the grand final, which is going to be yet another super exciting race this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's hit that button and get underway, Brent.
Yep, I've just hit it.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. 20 laps of Blue Moon Bay. Here we go.
I'm actually
This is going to
pretty
be
keen to see.
action-packed.
Yeah. I'm actually pretty keen to see who does well in this one, because this is a very left field track for a lot of these guys. They won't be used to driving on an oval. And there's a lot of people say, yeah, ovals are just about going left. There is a certain art to this.
As the light sequence begins, 5 lights. They are out and racing here in the MX-5s at Blue Moon Bay. Begins the 20 laps as Impanza manages to get off to a good start down towards the first turn. This is going to be chaos because these guys haven't done a race start yet in the MX-5s. Hopefully they keep it all clean. Oh, that's Donaldson all over the show. But, a little bit of contact in the background, but these guys continue on. As we've lost 2. Oh, that might not be a red flag, I don't think.
No, it's not. It's Leung and
Philip.
Philip. I've forgotten Philip.
Yep.
Philip. Yep,
Heath
that.
Philip.
Just a little bit of unfortunate contact on the exit there. Philip just clipped the wall a little bit, and unfortunately Leung had nowhere to go. As the top 3 have just skipped away a little bit here.
As these guys continuing on down to complete the first lap. And at the moment, it would be Impanza, Allen, Tame, and Wallbutton qualifying through. But a lot can change as we're only 1 lap through of 20. 1 minute in and 19 to go as we see moves all up and down the grid, diving down the inside of that first turn. Possibly their best overtaking opportunity on the whole track. As these guys sorting it out, they're 3-4 wide here. This is NASCAR-esque. You love to see it.
It's really awkward because you don't want to be on the outside of turn 1 there, because if you are caught out by someone who's carrying a lot of pace on the exit, you've basically got nowhere to go. And there is a big art in this. If these guys up the front fight hard, then the guys behind from 4th behind will start to come back. It's all about trying to work together and getting that slipstream at this point. And if you're looking at, say, for example, if you're James Lee at the moment, or Law or Arts, you're wanting to start bump drafting and really work together to try and catch up to this top 4, because if they get away the way they are right now, this is done.
Yeah, absolutely. They're 2 by 2. Oh, they're 3 wide through the first turn. This is brilliant. Huge contact. Who's at the wall? Oh, my God.
Law's hit the wall. Butler's gone.
Butler and Law both have massive contact there.
That was huge then. That was Law just on the outside, just lightly clipped the wall, just wasn't able to save it, and unfortunately Butler just had nowhere to go, followed him in.
Oh dear, that's disaster.
That's a lot of work to do now, and Wallbutton's actually only half a second behind the top 3 now, so he's been able to not only break away from that pack behind, but he's been able to actually lock himself into this top 3 battle. These guys up the front, I thought they might have been just working together in terms of trying to find a slipstream, bump draft their way to the final, but looks like Wallbutton's coming with them.
Yeah, Arts and Lee, they're pushing themselves to this top 4. These guys want to have a fight. They want to prove themselves and slot their ticket to the final. But there's 1.8 seconds, no, just over a second to the front 4. Yeah, 1.7 seconds between Arts and Wallbutton at the moment. So James Lee and Jason Arts will be wanting to push themselves to the front of this pack here and really help their chances of getting in. But as it stands, they're 2.1 seconds off the lead. That triple slipstream is just proving too strong at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like that gap between Arts and Warbutton. These guys in P5 and 6 are just going to have to start bump drafting. They're going to have to do something just to crawl and scratch their way up to that top 4, because a 2.4 second gap around here, that's going to be very difficult to catch up on. But as you see, the top 4 now starting to break away a little bit as Hamza just slightly grazes the wall. That's
oh, in the background, who's that? That's Donaldson. Oh, huge contact with the wall in the background there. And now he's under a lot of pressure from Joshua Green here.
Yeah, looks like the Grinch doesn't know what Donaldson wants for Christmas, and that's a final spot at the moment.
Yeah. Currently, it's P7 and 8, these two, as Greeny gets it down the inside, which Greeny, not in the green car, funny enough. That is Donaldson in the green car.
Now, looking at that gap we were talking about, Arts and Lee working together, that gap actually got down to under 2 seconds until Lee's decided to make the move up the inside. It looks like Lee wants to lead the way. One big thing about this is tyre wear. It will not be a concern around here, so these guys will have to go as hard as they can. The top 4 probably know that the way they stay, they might be just more than fine just to bring it home and it's basically about the top 4, solidifying yourself. If you really want to make a statement, though, you really want that win.
Yeah, absolutely. As these guys, the front 4, they're really stretching their legs, and they know. They're probably happy with how this is. All 4 of them know that if it stays like this, they'll qualify for the final. So whether they work together to release themselves from the incoming James Lee and Jason Arts, who are right on the cusp of qualifying for that final, yeah, it's just left to be seen whether these front 4 decide to battle it out or not, as their finishing position does not have an impact on where they start in the final.
Yep, and you say that they're incoming. It's more like outgoing at that moment, because the gap has exploded to 3.5 seconds between Warbutton and Lee. The gap's not coming down at all. Lee's just actually clipped the wall there, and the gap's going out again. If I'm Lee and Arts here, I'm letting Arts lead the way and Lee to follow, because they were actually making quite significant inroads into that top 4. And the gap now, 3.7 seconds is going out, but any mistake from the top 4 here, and they are out of final contention. And they don't want to be doing that. They don't want to be taking risks at this point of the race. It's only lap 7, still plenty of time for these guys, but it is going to be so easy to make a mistake in that front pack. As Alan, 2/10's clear at the moment.
Yeah, it's about walking that tightrope. Absolutely.
Yep. Just looking a bit further down the field at the moment, Leung P14 at the moment, just very unfortunate. No, you're right.
I lost Lee's car behind Arts. I thought he was missing. I thought he had crashed, but no, he was just hiding.
So it looks like Arts has decided just to take the lead here, and Lee's just started bump drafting him a little bit. They've got 4.3 seconds to make now, though. So that's a lot of time to make up, as the battle for the top 4 itself is actually heating up. Warbutton's gotten past Hamza. And this top 4 now really starting to cause a little bit of chaos. There's going to be... Oh, it's so tight between Tame and Warbutton there on the exit of turn 4, or turn 3 as they call it. Go any way in this top 4.
I think for these guys, no risks racing. Just get through this race and you're guaranteed a final spot. That's how they're going to be racing this.
Oh, a little bit of contact for Warbutton. Oh, Hamza just got to the back of him a tiny bit. Just not expecting Warbutton to brake properly there. And that's...
Arts is gone. He's into the wall.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That pretty much spells disaster for James Lee there, as he's left in no man's land with 5 seconds to chase down.
So I just caught the back of that in the background as well. Arts was on the outside and unfortunately just had too much understeer heading into the wall of turn 1. He's got engine damage, he's got front damage, he's got wheel damage, he's got every sort of damage you can think of. Unfortunately that's what could have been, and James Lee's got 5.9 seconds to make up, and I don't know, I'm really not sure he's going to be able to do that. If the fat lady ain't singing at the moment, she's humming a few bars for sure at this point.
Absolutely. As, James Lee, that gap just edging itself up to 6.2 seconds, 6.16 seconds. He is gaining, but that slipstream anytime he's on a straight, Oh, the front four, they just peel away. But let's just see what other action we have on track. We've got Joshua Green and Nathan Donaldson here in P6 and P7. And just behind him, we have Joshua Law and Connor Butler. So these guys looking to find their way up the field. And if anything happens, they're right there, I guess.
Yeah, and if that top four absolutely starts throwing punches and they get a bit too cute, which, let's be honest, like we said earlier in the day, they're racing car drivers. They will happily throw punches. It's not out of the realms of possibility for anyone in that top 8 to actually get into that top 4. Like, albeit the gap is big at the moment. It's 7.5 seconds now from Ilm Hamza to James Lee. But even so, one crash is just all it takes, as we've seen with Arts before, with all that damage, and he dropped well back into the back.
As we see, what's his name gone? Josh Green clips the wall and almost does what Jason Arts did on the previous couple of laps.
Josh Green be feeling blue after that. Oh, looks at Wallbutton. There's a little bit of Wallbutton's actually trying to make the position here for P2. I don't think he's quite keen to sit there and follow at the moment. These four guys definitely line astern at the moment. There's only 0.3 of a second between them all.
Absolutely. I don't know. I'm not too sure with these guys. Yeah, they look racy, but at the same time, like if the gap opens up like that with Wallbutton on tame, he's going to take it, but there's really no need for these risks.
Yeah, and Hamza just listened the wall there with the, I believe that's the Satellite Racing livery. Zed might have to correct me on that one. I might
believe
be wrong.
So.
But yeah, no, they're fantastic looking cars. For sure, the Satellite Racing crew provided some absolutely beautiful liveries. Hamza's just starting to lose that pack now, and that's all it takes just to lose the slipstream. It's just a simple little graze, albeit he might be there or thereabouts in a couple of seconds because he hasn't lost the toe completely, but he's got 8 laps if he wants to win this one, but doesn't really need to take any risks at this point. This little battle pack here, though, in P7, Joshua Green, Connor Butler, and Josh Law, closed up very nicely indeed, and Butler trying to make the move on Law at the moment. Green just happy to lead the way. It looks like they're just doing a little bit of bump drafting at this point. You can see the marbles already on the exit of turn 1, though. You want to be very, very careful of that. That's an easy way to send yourself into the shadow realm. As just keeping tabs back in this top 3 battle again, and looks like the 2 CP Motorsports drivers in Ryan Tame and James Wallbutton just happy to just tag along at the moment. Matt Allen in front.
Oh, Im Hansa is outside of slipstream range.
Yep. So
that's spicy.
Yep. So it's going to take a bit of a mistake from one of the guys in the top 3 if he wants to win this. But I think Im Hansa would just be happy with finishing in that top 4 bracket. He's got 10 seconds to James Lee. There's nothing to lose at all at the moment for Im Hansa. Oh, he's grinding that wall again though. He's having real understeer issues out of turn 1 by the looks of things.
Yeah, maybe used a little bit more of those tyres. Do you think you could give us a tyre update? I mean, they're not going to be fully through their tyres, but it's got to have an impact on their lap times, surely.
Yeah, well, looking at the times at the moment, to be honest with you, the top 3, it's pretty much irrelevant because they're all line astern with each other, just bump drafting their way to the front. Allen is just fending off 2 CP Motorsports cars, which in Sector 1's terms is the 7 circles of hell right there. It looks like they're all about even on tyre wear at the moment. If anything, Allen's used more fuel at the front, but fuel will not be a concern.
So here is something really spicy. We see James Lee, who has 3 cars behind, all within slipstream range, 4 cars. And Im Hansa doesn't have slipstream. He's 2.5 seconds away from those leaders. Is Im Hansa in trouble?
Well, that's the real question here, because if James Lee joins this, the amount of time these guys have actually whacked out on James Lee, this is ridiculous. They've still got 5 laps. They're gonna need 2 seconds a lap, but looking at the lap times at the moment, yeah, it's at least going to be a second a lap that Im Hamza is going to lose on these guys if James Lee gets on the act. It's going to be touch and go at the moment, and they're getting quicker if anything. Donaldson's actually 3.5 tenths up on his best lap at the moment.
Yeah, this is a really spicy at the moment. Things are really starting to look up, and these guys know it. They know that if they work together, they might just have a chance. One of them will be able to go through to the final if they can just catch up to Imhanza.
Yep, it's 9.8 seconds the gap in 5 laps. That's going to take an awful lot of work, but if anyone can do it, it's these 5 here. I didn't think we'd see, I knew we saw competitive competition tonight and fighting spirit between the drivers. I did not think we'd see cooperation of this at any stage.
James Lee
hits
in the wall.
I'm still trying to catch my breath from heat 4, but James Lee definitely hit the wall there.
And they are taking time out of Imhanza, but it's not enough. They've only taken about a second as these guys are squabbling. They're 2-3 wide at the moment. They just need to get their heads down and work together in order to catch up to Imhanza.
Oh boy, if you're this top 3 right now, you're just waiting for lap 20 to be run and done as Imhanza. He's actually
they're 3 wide. Contact between James,
Oh,
Butler, and Donaldson.
4 wide. No, they're 4 wide. No way. 5 cars
dear.
fighting over the same piece of tarmac going into turn 1. This could be carnage. Oh no, they get all line astern. But what that's done is knocked James Lee out of P5 all the way down to P9. So he's having a real struggle right now in that in the Mazda Cup car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone's blaring the horn down the straight.
But that's good news for Imhanza, who these guys still battling. That battle pack that was 5 cars, now just 3. And that might not be enough with the 3.5 laps that are left. Imhanza, he should be able to hold on here.
Yeah, but the critical thing about that 5-way battle at the moment is it can still be a 5-way battle. Donaldson's not actually out of the tow with the slipstream. If anything, he's catching back up very quickly to it. And James Lee just giving a couple of little love taps just to help him along. That 5-way battle will still keep going. I think at this stage, I think Imhanza's going to be safe for that final 4. Wallbutton, though, does he want to make the move, or is he just happy to sit along in that top 3 battle? I think he'll want to. He might have something to prove here, because these guys don't need to worry about fighting over a tow anymore or bump drafting each other along. They're 6 seconds ahead of 4th place of Hamza, so their spot is pretty much near guaranteed at this point with 2 laps to go.
So we're having a look down the bottom. These guys haven't got much TV time, but we have a nice little spicy battle pack forming here between Arts, Phillip and Lashbrook here. These guys just continuing on despite the misfortune on which, yeah, a couple of incidents these guys got wrapped up in, but that's the nature of this pre-final. It's pretty much a wild card entry at this point.
Exactly right. And yeah, 8.8 seconds down between Imhanza and Law. So I think that battling, that top 5 battle, or that battle from 5th to 9th is just cost them time. Time when they need, it's time they didn't have.
Yeah.
It's down to 8.8 seconds, but you're not going to find 4.5 seconds around here unless someone has a monumental moment. As looking up the front now as we go into turn 3, about to start the final lap of the race now. So Matthew Allen ahead. Ryan Tame might just want to make a statement here in P2. Will he make the move is the real question. And James Wallbutton in P3, he might also consider a move. We might wait and see what happens there. Imhanza 7.4 seconds behind them now. Then you got that big battle pack from 5th to 9th between War, Butler, Green, Lee and Donaldson. Arts is holding off Phillip at the moment in P10. Lashbrook in P12, Donaldson is in P13, and Leon just down there, unfortunately, with that crash at lap 1 in P14. As looking at the final lap now, and the 2 CP boys have gone to work. Ryan Tame has now got the lead of the race. Wallbutton in P2. Allen drop back to P3. Will he make a move, or are we just happy to see what happens?
Well, they've all qualified at this rate, as barring any last corner crashes, but it will be.
It's going to be a drag race.
Tame will take P1. Allen will slide through.
He might not. He might not. Allen might have him.
It's a dead heat.
Allen gets him.
Oh my goodness. What's the gap? It's a dead heat.
There is no time whatsoever. Allen and Tame have had it.
Is that the tightest in history? The tightest gap in history.
I'll tell you right now, that has to be the closest finish I have ever seen. Allen has got the chocolates, but it must have been by an absolute grain of sand. Or the longest straight in Tsukuba, because, well, there was nothing in that. Holy shit!
I'm speechless.
I'm so glad we caught that. Oh, no, I'm losing my breath again. Oh, help, chat, help. I'm gonna need water.
My goodness.
In Hamza finishes P4.
So what's the official results? We gotta have a look here.
I don't know. Like,
I'm astonished.
I think that.
Oh,
the top
okay, it
four
sorted
is
itself
definitely
out.
set in stone.
Okay, so
Oh.
the gap officially was 0.004 milliseconds. Oh my goodness.
Four thousandths of a second.
That has to be the closest finish
all
we've ever had in Sector 1 history.
That is phenomenal. Like, wow. That is just, and the last corner, Matthew Allen was P3 and then somehow got to P1. That is just, words can't describe that. That is just, wow. So Matthew Allen does take the chocolates. Ryan Tame in P2, Wallbutton in P3, and Imhamza in P4. Those 4 drivers will make the final of the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge. Josh Law, P5, tried valiantly to get something going with the bump draft, and it was just unfortunately to no avail. Connor Butler there, P6. Josh Green, P7. Donaldson in 8th. Lee in P9th, Phillip in 10th, Arts in 11th after that monumental accident, Lashbrook in 12th, Donaldson 13th, and Leung in P14. Fastest lap does go to Wallbutton as well with a 52.667, but that is meaningless because that final lap, wow, what a finish.
Oh my goodness.
Stand up and applaud everybody. That was just phenomenal stuff, that final 3 at that last lap. They threw the kitchen sink at that, but now our attention turns to the big one.
Yeah, we have Spa coming up right very soon, actually. So as it stands, we have how long until the qualifying? We have 13 minutes. So we might just duck to a quick ad break, let everyone catch their breath, and we'll sort out the official grid for the final here in the Motorsport Australia GT Esports Challenge. So yeah, we'll be right back, guys. And yeah, 8:40 is when qualifying for the final takes place. Sorry, my brain is just starting to turn to mush.
Yep. So stay tuned, guys. It is probably, I'd like to say, the biggest race of 2023 coming up. We have some of the absolute best talent in all of Australia. So make absolutely no mistake. You are not going to want to miss this one because there is a brand spanking new next level racing GT Racer sim rig up for grabs for the winner of this final 21 laps at Spa-Francorchamps. And not only that, 14 of the very, very best. So you've got the likes of Distinct Andrew Lee, of course, who's going to be coming into this as a big favourite. Matt Simmons as well. He's definitely up and about. We know what he's been capable of. Paul Candelian as well. And Guy Barber. I can't rule out those guys at all. But looking at the field, it's going to be very, very hard to pick who's going to win that one. So, yeah, stay tuned, guys. We'll take a quick ag break, and we'll be back for more here at Sector 1.
Weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today. Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today. Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again for the final time here at Spa-Francorchamps for the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge finale. We are, of course, in the BMW M3. Let's get those details up there right now. So it's Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, 7 kilometers with 22 turns. The M3 GT11 BMW is our car. It's 21 laps. Grid start with false start check. All racing tyres are mandatory. That is going to be key here because you can't just run the soft tyres 3 times. You have to run the softs, mediums, and hards. Of course, if it rains, that's different. The burn rates for this event are the 4 times for both tyres and fuel. And your race director for the final is Carbon Boy, who was our race director for the first heat. How are we, Carbon Boy?
I am doing fantastic. How's yourself? How are you holding up so far this evening?
I have had a drink. I'm hydrated. I'm ready to go. My voice is almost non-existent, but we've still got another hour of racing to do, so...
It seems to be holding up okay, at least from the audio on my end.
That's good.
Yeah. I've got, so far I have 11 drivers here on the track, and I am just going to run through a quick test start, 1 lap test start with them, just to make sure everything's all hunky-dory in terms of network status, because I personally have had a bit of a change in physical location.
Yes,
and just want to make sure everything is okay.
Yes. We've almost got everybody in. We have 12 at the moment. We're just waiting on 2 more. Let me just cross-reference with our chart. We got Andrew Lee, Daniel Wood. Oh, we got someone else joining. Who are we missing? This is incredibly hard to cross-reference at the moment. But I think...
I'm actually going to manually set the grid and do my cross-referencing that way.
Manually set the grid? We have a... Oh, yeah, okay.
No, I can't do that, actually.
Yeah.
No. Well, in that case, back to doing it the hard way. Yay! All right, we have an Andrew Lee. We have a Guy Barbara. We have a Gopi Mahindajit. Apologies to anyone in advance if I mispronounce your name. I am terrible at this. We have a Paul Candanolian. Yep, there we go. That one took me a little bit. Yep, noodles. We have a Matthew Allen. We have a Ryan Tame. We have an Aidan Matthews. We have a Ridwan Ibn Hamza. We have a Liam Tame, we have a Daniel Wood, we have a James Warburton, we have a James Allen.
Oh, here we go. Final driver is in.
We have a
Matty
Luke
Simmons.
Stone, and we have a Mint Matt, Matthew Simmons.
All right, we got the whole gang here, all 14.
Can I just say before we get this race started, I just want to know from the guys in chat who they're barracking for this one, because we've got a lot of people in the stream right now watching this one, whether you're watching on the Motorsport Australia Facebook page or watching on our Sector 1 YouTube channel. There's some very, very, very big hitters in this, and I've some guys barracking for Distinct Andrew, especially. Mountain Goat's got a few big names, aka Ryan Tame. Dan Wood's got a few big names as well, and of course a few of the Sector 1 boys barracking for Gopi Mahindajit there. Fire in your picks for this one, guys. Your top 3 for the podium, your surprise of the race, and is everybody going to make it through Eau Rouge? And knowing Spa, will it rain? The real question.
Ooh, well, just to spit things off here, I'm going to, as weird as this sounds for me to say, I'm actually going to be putting on my CP Motorsports t-shirt and hat for the night. I'm going to be barracking for young Ryan Tame and Daniel Wood as my 2 favourite drivers tonight. But I'll also be waving the flag as well for Gopi, aka Prima GTR. I think he will be the big surprise for the night. I foresee good things happening for him tonight.
Well,
absolutely.
you say that, but I'm going to throw my hat into the ring. And as good as Andrew Lee is, and we know how good he's been over the last few years in Gran Turismo, I'm actually going to back. I've got two particular picks in mind. I'm going to back Guy Barbera and Matt Simmons for this one.
Yeah, that's a good
yes,
pick.
I'm going.
Yep,
Matt Simmons. We know what he's capable of. He's won GT Academy before, and Guy Barbera, at his very best, is arguably quicker than Andrew. And Andrew's a former Sector 1 champion.
Yeah, so we've got three major, let's call them factions, I guess. We have the distinct guys. We have, who are the blue guys? I don't actually know who they are. They say Born and Thread on the side.
I believe that's Satellite Racing.
Satellite.
No.
No,
Satellite is Viper Zed's squad. I think that's running through one of the squads that's through Race on Oz, I believe.
Race on Oz. Okay.
Yeah. Captain Risky might still be in the chat if he is. Do you want to just fire in a few more details on that? I think I'm going to go out the limb, as much as I love the distinct liveries. Those liveries that Matt Simmons and co have been running tonight, they're the best liveries in the grid. They look phenomenal. They look like Blue Heaven ice cream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
but we've got three or four major factions here. We've got the distinct guys. We've got those Racing on Oz guys. We've got Satellite, and we have the CP guys. So we have a couple of other single representation, but those are all the ones that have multiple represents in this final. So be interesting to see whether those guys from the same factions, I guess you could call them, whether they work together or they have a bit of teammate rivalry, I guess you could say. As these guys are just conducting their test start to make sure that everything is running as smoothly as possible, and these guys are ready to take on the next 50, or it's about an hour of racing, I guess we could say. Once again, here is your track schedule. We're running slightly behind at the moment, as these guys are just finishing their test start at the moment. The final, we should well and truly make up for how much time we are behind with the final, as the scheduled start for the final is at 9:10. So, yeah, don't worry, guys. We'll be more than ready for that when it comes around. But in the meantime, yeah, just waiting for these guys to finish. Fire down below your predictions for the final. Definitely very, very interesting. Lots of big profile names here at the moment. We see Achilles saying, I'm going for Paul Candelonian. Bring it home, G. Viper's Fang says, GOAT. There can only be one driver of the day at the end of all this, says Womble. And I can already see a few submissions coming in.
We know exactly where he's going with that. It's not a Sector 1 race. Oh, no. And if Womble gets out and wins this one and beats Distinct Andrew, we'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah. So race fan purely on the wall button train. And yeah, we see a couple of people firing in their votes at the moment. So yeah, definitely definitely a lot of things that we need to think about coming into this one. Is, have they finished their test start yet?
Yeah,
No.
they have. That's well, some of them have. I'm not going to lie, that's some of the most interesting driving I've seen.
Okay, these guys really delaying us right now. Come on, guys. You're supposed to be the best in the world, but you're not sticking to our schedule.
Well, we got to be honest, a couple are still jet lagged from the Barcelona Gran Turismo World Series, Guy Barbera being one, and our fellow Comsbox man in Atom also being another. So we are missing a couple of big. Yeah, well, he's still a bit sleepy. I've seen him drinking cans of Monster.
No, there's no uh-oh. I'm just rebooting my lobby/console.
Now, there was a big name from this event missing for tonight as well. Unfortunately, our Division 1 champion from Sector 1, Distinct Geesh, wanted to get in on the action. And unfortunately, with real life, he could not make it tonight. Absolutely gutted to see where our our Division 1 champion would have been in all of this. I assume he would have been close, if not in the final. And seeing Andrew versus Geesh once again, that would have been a tasty one. But then there's names from the past, like, for example, the Cyborg Brocky. Seeing Brocky in this event and seeing what he would have been capable of as well would have been phenomenal. What he's been able to do in the past, and even then, there's been some massive names in New Zealand, unfortunately, that couldn't compete in this event, but the likes of Psydog and Matthew McEwen as well. Like, there's not only the Australian scene, but the New Zealand scene as well. Like, Gran Turismo in Australia and New Zealand is thriving as a whole at the moment. It's leagues like ours and scenes that we help indulge our passion for motorsport, which is what everybody here wants to do, whether you do it in real life on the track in places like Baskerville in Tasmania, or you're all the way up into the top tier of Australian motorsport in supercars, all the way to just getting your fingers and into gear with a controller on Gran Turismo, or if you're competing in the heavy stuff in iRacing, such as like Jordan Caruso in the Porsche Super Cup. So yeah, massive big thank you goes to everybody competing tonight, and especially to our partners for this one, Next Level Racing, for providing us with the big prize in terms of what the guys that are coming into the final can win. And not only that, to Motorsport Australia for not only helping us make this event happen and promoting Sector 1 as a whole, but promoting esports in Australia, promoting the sim racing community in Australia, and especially the Gran Turismo scene, because while it might be more enticing watching Assetto Corsa and iRacing on the PC, console racing is definitely a great way to get started if you don't have the money to get into PC sim racing, where the big stuff is. So getting into Gran Turismo, it might be a little bit easier it's not as full featured as the likes of iRacing and Assetto Corsa, but it is a great place to start, and you'll find an absolute tight-knit community here that really wants to band together and make the best thing happen for sim racing in Australia. So on behalf of everyone here at Sector 1, thank you goes to every single one competing tonight, and to Motorsport Australia and Next Level Racing for helping make this event happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a couple of other votes in chat as who their votes are for in the final, and we have a goat train starting. The goatie, Ryan Tame, as he's known in real life, I guess we could say. Yeah, we've got 4 people: Apex, Tombo, Sekis, and Corbin Hellier, all going in and showing their appreciation for GOAT. Got accounts Mixed Ink. Come on, Ridwan, bring it home, my boy. Yeah, we've got so many different people who could win it on their day. So, yeah, just waiting for this lobby to go back up. Do we have an update there, Carbon Boy? If Carbon Boy's even here. Yeah, he is. Kinda. He's not.
He's kind of. I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm seeing him right now. He's put his microphone up and he's furiously scribbling over, making sure this grid is all set. I can see a couple of the guys in the pit lane at the moment in their cars. It looks like Guy Barber and Distinct Andrew there, Andrew Lee, just having a little bit of chat, getting their strategy sorted. They've been practicing relentlessly for this one, so they weren't short of confidence going into this. Looking at the CP boys, Dan Wood and Ryan Tame as well, they're just concocting a little bit of a plan. And after that heat between Ryan Tame and Gopi Mahindajit, that there's going to be a little bit of feeling there, and Gopi's not going to be shy to win it or bin it for this one. So, yeah, but there's a lot of... we've been focusing on the big names, but there's a couple of the names that we haven't mentioned that I'm looking forward to seeing as well. It'd be great to see how Luke Stone and Aidan Matthews go, along with James Allen and especially Liam Tame as well. So we know on his day, Liam Tame is one of the best in Australia. So keep your eyes peeled on this one, guys, as we're nearly about to go racing. Looking very much forward to seeing what Spa-Francorchamps can do. For those who have not dabbled in this glorious league we call Sector 1, Spa-Francorchamps has been a championship deciding ground in the past, all the way back in the GTs in the Season 1, I believe. We did 90 minutes of endurance racing here, and unfortunately there wasn't weather in Gran Turismo 6, or Gran Turismo Sport, sorry. But Gran Turismo 7 Spa-Francorchamps is one of the tracks that has been given some absolutely fantastic weather updates as well, so it can rain quite relentlessly, as you and I experienced actually in our race here last season, Lenocious. was a little bit of a wet one, but yeah, if that's the big factor in this one now. If rain does hit Spa, it's going to throw all the strategy these guys have planned out the window, and they're going to have to think on their feet a little bit. So
Yeah,
we'll wait and see that.
absolutely.
Yeah, that
Rightio.
my
I am
race suit's still
sorry
not
to
dry.
interrupt, but I am pleased to report that we have a working lobby back up and running again.
That was like
Beautiful.
the 100th rejoin to the VC.
Yeah, my phone with the whole swap conversation from Discord chat to PlayStation chat decided to have a spasm, and watching my screen as well as my phone just blinking furiously like emergency lights, it was just mental. So I shut everything down and just started again from scratch. And the old tech support 101, if it doesn't work, turn it off and then back on again.
No worries. All right, let's not keep these guys waiting any longer, and let's get into our 10-minute qualifying here at Spa-Francorchamps to begin the final of the inaugural Motorsport Australia GT Super... Wait, Esports. What am I saying? I don't even know what I'm saying. There's been that much action tonight. My brain is fried, but we have another race to cast, and that's what we're going to do. Here we go, Carbon Boys. The big red button been clicked.
It's a big orange button, and yes, it has.
Maybe I'm just colorblind. maybe that's a situation that we haven't considered yet. All right, as we're on board, as they're about to go live and racing in pit lane. As it kicks off, the 10 minutes starts now. Paul Candelonian leads them out on track. And these guys just continuing on now, heading up towards Eau Rouge, and, ooh, yeah, lag is, slight issue, Alright, well, it is a little bit laggy, that's for sure, so did we want to, maybe change lobby host?
Yeah, I think that might have to be a red flag, just looking at this. And this is part of the perils, unfortunately, of Gran Turismo. Yeah, being a very connection-based game, it's not finest hour.
Yeah, it is very laggy. So, are we going to red flag this Carbon Boy, or?
Yeah, I think the abort button needs to be pushed.
We do apologise, guys. Yeah, not something that happens all the time, especially, and yeah, the drivers are making themselves very well known about this. We might have to just press a red button to the side, I think, and change up. I might have to step in and maybe get this one sorted. If you want me to jump in and do that.
Off you go, Karen. I think it's up to you now.
I'll just grab your lobby settings real quick, and it'll be okay.
Hang on, I will chuck up another one, and you can just copy from there.
Okay, so we're just going to head to a quick ad break while we sort out this technical difficulty. The drivers made it very clear that they were not happy with the lobby conditions, so we're changing to our alternate host. So we're going to head across, and we'll be right back in 2 minutes' time. Catch you guys.
In weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Hello, everybody. We are back here in Spa after that short technical difficulty. We apologize once again, but third time's the charm is what they say, and we're here. We've returned, and we're ready to go racing here at Spa. We tried to make the situation work, but unfortunately, internet is not working for us tonight, and you know, GT doing GT things. It wouldn't be a GT night if we did not have these issues, so we just got to work with the tools that we got, and we're going to put on a good show. So here we go. Let's hope that we can remain on time with this one. Karen Unleashed is the lobby host for this one. So we have all 14 people in and ready to go. Here we go. Are we ready to click that big orange button? No, it's not Well, yeah, Carbon Boy can still click it.
No,
but
no, I just decided to put a big Karen sticker on it. So, yeah,
he's gone
ladies
for
and
4
gentlemen,
seconds, and you've replaced his his button already.
So I can tell you guys right now that the drivers, I've just checked the chat here, and the drivers are much happier about the way the lobby is feeling at the moment. So that is good news, and we do thank Carbon Boy as well for giving the final a crack. We know how good he has been as a race director through Sector 1 all season, and the MVP for the season as a result. So yeah, no, massive thanks to Carbon Boy. Unfortunately, it seems his internet has just faltered at the last possible moment. So we better run through the grid at the moment, and we might start with Matt Simmons for... God, I'm used to saying teams. Dear God, I'm not ready for this special event. So Matt Simmons leading the charge at the moment, and former GT Academy winner. He's done real life racing as a result through Gran Turismo. So if anyone says that you can't get through you can't do real racing through sim racing, tell them they're a load of crap and refer to this bloke, because he's done it. We got Ryan Tame, who's representing, of course, CP Motorsports with the livery design, and aka the Mountain Goat, and he may be young, but this is an event that he thrives in, and this is an event could really be a breakout moment for him in the Gran Turismo scene. Just behind him is his playmate from Heat 4, Gopi Mahendajit, and Gopi looking to put his best foot forward here, and definitely the prime Sector 1 representative. Phil Candelo, oh, is it Paul or Phil? I can't remember.
Paul.
I might need some help here, Adam.
Paul
Candelonian. I'm going to call him Cantaloupe because I can't say his last name very well.
Melon. Noodles and melons.
Noodles. Yep, so Noodles, as he's fondly known as, he's going to be very, very quick. He's a former Sanctioned racing driver as well, racing with Adam. And Aaron Matthews there. Oh, is it Adam or Aaron? I've lost the names already. He's also
Aiden.
driving in the Aiden Matthews. God, I'm hopeless with these. He's also driving out of the same squad that Matt Simmons is driving from, aka Captain Risky is his Gran Turismo name. So we've got James Allen there, and Allen racing as well in the same squad, and looking forward to seeing how Allen goes in this one. And we've got Ridwan Im Hamza. Of course, he had that 2-place grid penalty, still able to make his way into the final, and this is make no bones about it, this is a guy you've got to keep your eyes on. He is a very serious operator, not afraid to throw haymakers. Some of these guys might be a bit concerned about racecraft keeping it tidy early on. Make no bones about it, this guy's going to throw the haymaker at him. Got Matt Allen, he's going to lead the way. Oh God, doesn't have a team. I'm too used. I'm in Sector 1 mode. I haven't gone in holidays yet. So Matt Allen's going to... He won the pre-final to get this far, and great showing by Allen so far. As Liam Tame, aka Viper Z, he's also going up Eau Rouge at the moment. And Liam Tame, He's been quick for Race on Oz for quite a long while, and dabbles in quite a lot of leagues. One of the founding guys, really, in terms of making the Gran Turismo 7 Australian scene grow in hosting Race on Oz and getting involved in a couple other leagues as well. Great to see him join the E-Series. Guy Barbara, one of the hot favourites, racing under the Distinct banner. He's going to be one to keep an eye on for sure, and dark horse to win the whole bloody thing. As long as the bloke behind him, the raging hot favourite Andrew Lee, Distinct Andrew, former Sector 1 champion. He's gone to the Gran Turismo World Series. He's constantly at the top of the timesheets in the World Time Trials. This guy, if ever there was a representative and in Sportsbet that was sitting at the top at $1.04 for the win, that's Andrew. We've got Dan Wood, aka Diswood, and he's also representing the CP Motorsports banner. So CP, one of the big teams that represents Gran Turismo in quite a few leagues, and Woody, he has a few championships under the Trackstars Racing Championships banner. I think he's a 3-time touring car champion there. So we've got James Walbutton also as well under the CP banner. Looking forward to seeing how GTP Greatness goes. And we got, I think it's Lockie, if I got the first name wrong, probably Lockie Stone.
Luke Stone.
Luke Stone. I'm getting all these names wrong because I'm not familiar. I should have done my research, but anyway, it's been a long day. We're going to say he's from Stone Brothers Motorsport, even though it's Mega Motorsports. And Stone...
Oh, first few laps coming in.
Oh, there we go. So Ryan Tame to the top, and he's got the slipstream from Simmons. Goes to the top by 0.2 of a second, but there's still a lot of guys coming over the line now. Allen goes across the line. He'll go P7. And here comes the heavy hitters now at the moment. Barbara goes P2. Where's Andrew Lee go? Andrew Lee goes top by half a tenth. So the heavy hitters are gone. That is a big statement early on.
Yeah, absolutely. As Andrew Lee at the top of the times, some would say to be expected, but we're only halfway through this session. Expect those times to topple.
Yeah, and it's only half a tenth to Ryan Tame as well, who's having a breakout moment. We know Mountain Goat's being quick. We know him as the kid here in Sector 1. He's known as the Goat elsewhere in Wheel to Wheel and Pit Lane. But yeah, this, make no bones about it, this is a kid that's he's got all the potential in the world really to be a top tier, not only sim racing driver, but real life driver. Does a bit of karting on the side as well. Oh, GTP's got buttons out.
Oh no,
so,
that's disaster.
No.
I mean,
so
he will be added back in, but where was that qualifying time? We'll have to wait and see in the official results. But yeah, once he joins back, he should be able to keep racing.
Yep. So that's going to be intriguing to see where he ends up. He's done a time, but we have to see where it stands at the moment. The big surprise for mine is Bobby Mahinderjit in P6. He's 0.3 of a second behind at the moment, so top 6 coming by next to no time at all.
Yeah, Ridwan Imhanza and Liam Tame down in P7 and 8 as well is a bit of a surprise, but a couple more laps for these guys to perfect their craft as we see Liam Tame 10th up on his personal best time, and they should have another 2 cracks at it if they can really expedite around the circuit.
But here's the question now, do you want to actually come in and put tyres on, or do you want to...
That's what Matty Simmons is doing. Same as Mahinderjit.
Oh,
Noodles! Paul
Yep.
Gandinolian to the top of the times by 13 thousandths.
Look at the time between the top 4.
God.
There's only just over a tenth between the top 4. Gap between Tame and Andy Lee is 7 thousandths of a second as Lee pits.
200 separate the top 3. As everyone's
so
in.
This is the problem. This is the problem now as Wood drops a 2:19.7 and still keeps him in P12. The problem that these guys now face is if the ones that have stayed out, they don't have the tyre life. They might be a little bit better off on fuel, but they won't be able to come in, put another set on and go around. There's not enough time. This is it.
Yeah, definitely not the greatest situation for these guys. But, I mean, provisionally, they're P1 and 3, Candlonian and Tame. which...
Well, Tame's down by a 10th.5 on his best lap right now, so this is that tyre affecting... The top 3 is covered by 0.02 of a second. There's absolutely nothing in it.
The top 7 are within 0.7, which is just crazy to think about. And then you're looking at another 0.6 back to Liam Tame in P8 there, ahead of Aiden Matthews. But yeah, Paul Candelonian, he's topped Andrew Lee, who they were teammates back in Season 6 of Sector 1, both racing for Ascension Racing.
This is the big question here, and someone has raised it in chat. Apex Humper has actually raised this in chat on YouTube, on the Sector 1 YouTube. Nobody wants pole at Spa, and this is actually a very, very good point, because if you've got pole position, you're not only going to have to defend it into turn 1, which is a very tricky overtaking spot, but you've also got to think about the Camel Straight as well. So if you're starting from pole, you're going to have a lot of defending to do on lap 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And some might even say, is it easier to just let them by at turn 1 and then catch them at the end of the straight? It's all lots of strategy to be played here at Spa. As Paul Candelonian, he goes around again. Is he going to improve here? No, but he's going to have one more crack at it. 45 seconds left on the clock. That's not enough time to get around again, but this will be his final lap. I don't think he has the tyres to do it, though.
No, and that's the thing. Ryan Tame was 0.4 down on his last lap. So tyre life-wise, yeah, they're not looking too crash hot. I'm very intrigued to see how Andy Lee goes at the moment. He's got the tow from Liam Tame, and Liam, he might not want to give him the tow. If there's anyone who's
detour from Luke Stone as he makes his way onto the ripple strip at the bottom of the track. He will serve his penalty, and then he will continue on to start what will be his... No, he's not. No, this is going to be his final lap. He's not going to get around again.
They've got 5 seconds before they cross the line. 2, 1. There's going to be a couple of guys caught out here.
Yeah, Luke Stone's the only one who hasn't got around again.
Yeah, Guy Barber is the last one to cross the line. He barely got there on a smell of an oily rag. And while Andy Lee has the slipstream from Liam Tame, Guy Barber has actually got the slipstream from Andy Lee. So this is all playing to Guy Barber's hands at the moment. Wait and see what the times are like as they go through the first sector. Hamza's down by 2.5 at the moment, keeping tabs on keeping tabs on Andy Lee. Andy Lee's 2.5 down at the moment as well, so looks like a couple of these guys not really finding the time they want.
Could we see a Verstappen-esque lap from any of these drivers making it up in the final sectors?
Well, the first one that'll be crossing the line will be Ryan Tame, and of course he has not pitted. In fact, his soft tyres are half dead at this point. And he is pushing, but I just don't think he's got anything left. Paul Candelonian, though,
in this
on
qualifying session.
Yeah, there is. So I'm just keeping tabs at the moment on a couple of these guys up the top 4 at the moment. Matt Simmons is only 0.07 down on his best lap. He could improve here, but he doesn't have a tow in front of him.
So Ryan Tame is down. He will not improve. Then we have Paul Candelonian, who is also very much down. And next across the line will be Matty Simmons, who is he up or down? We're not too sure, but he approaches the final sector, final bus stop chicane, I should say. Gets it slowed down, turned in, one more corner to go, and he just needs to get on the power. What's it going to be? This is looking like a really tidy lap if he can just get to the line. Oh, stays where he is. Does improve, though. And we're looking next. It is Gopi Mahindajit. Oh, who's that spinning in the background? Oh, he goes to pole by 4 Oh, what a lap.
No way!
As they're still seeing laps coming in. Imhansa doesn't improve. Matthews crosses the line, and we see Liam Tame. Can't improve. Yes, he can. And what is it? Is that it? I think that's it. That's
Liam
everybody
Barber
done.
down. Lee found 4/10 in the final sector, but he was still down by half a second coming into Stavelot. What a phenomenal qualifying session that was. Gopi Mahindajic take a bow out of nowhere, takes pole position.
What
that is
a lap.
Phenomenal lap.
Can we just
4
appreciate
guys all two off.
Oh my goodness. 200ths separating the top 3. No, top 4. That's just insanity. There is no way. I refuse to believe this. The margins that are at play here are absolutely incredible. The best in Australia are absolutely giving it their best. You're not going to go much quicker than that, I don't think. And these guys all on that limit.
We better run through the qualifying times because that was phenomenal. Gopi Bahidzic takes pole position with a 2 minute 17.157. Paul Candelonian, a 2 minute 17.1614. Thousandths of a second, the exact same margin we saw from the pre-final race. Andrew Lee, P3, 17 thousandths of a second behind. And then Ryan Tame, 24 thousandths of a second behind that. So literally not even 3/10 covering the top four is phenomenal. And then Guy Barber in P5, and he's only a 10.5 down. 2/10 behind Mahindic is Matt Simmons. Imhamza starting P7. Liam Tame in 8th. Aiden Matthews in 9th, Allen in 10th, Allen in 11th, so the Allen boys are doing a great job there. Dan Wood in P12, Stone in 13th, and Wall Button, unfortunately...
Well, let's just have a look here, because his lap time is not representative. So that 18.9 would put him in P12. So that's where he's going to start.
No, it'll put him P11.
No.
He did a
oh, yes, it is too. Yes, you are correct. Yeah. So, Wallbutton will be starting P11. James Allen in 12th, Woody 13th, and Luke Stone will be rounding out the pack. So, we'll just reset the grid. We'll go for a quick ad break, and then we'll be ready to go here very, very soon for the final race of the Motorsport Australia GT Esports Challenge. So, we'll be right back.
Weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
All right, we are back. The final changes to the grid are being sorted. So Wallbutton, just to recap, will be starting at P11 with Woody in P12. And no, Woody P. I don't know. You can sort it out, Brent.
It's all sorted, so it's all good. So yeah, we're figuring that out now. It's all good. 12, 13, 14, done. We are done. So I reckon we better not hold these guys up any longer, even though we are on a tight schedule and Gran Turismo is still doing Gran Turismo things, unfortunately. I reckon we are going to get going.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We are only 4 minutes behind schedule, which I think we're doing a pretty good job to only be 4 minutes behind schedule after all of the dramas that we've had. But we're ready to go for the final here at Spa-Francorchamps. As
I
the
have
big-
never seen so much A+ rated drivers in this lobby. This is phenomenal.
There's only
And in fact, in
There's only
in
one
Guy
that
Barbara's
isn't
case,
A.
he's still got the yeah, he's got the S ranking, which is actually the star ranking for anyone who's done Gran Turismo World Series, I believe. But I think it's World Series in terms of Gran Turismo Sport. He got it in the last event. But anyway, that is then. This is now. We are going underway. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights for the biggest prize in Australia. They're underway as they off the line. I'll let you go. It's just, jeez, it's been a long
They head
night.
down towards the first turn, and it looks like Mahindajit gets a great start. Everybody around the outside, a little bit of contact. Oh, somebody's been turned!
Contact!
That's
Barbara is gone!
huge!
Barbara is gone!
Oh dear, that is massive at the start of this race. But the news is that the Mahindajit holds P1. Oh my goodness, as they head through Eau Rouge, the top 4 have taken off ahead of the people behind. And these guys heading up the hill, down the Kemmel Straight. And oh wow, we've lost 2 drivers, I believe, in Barbara and Wallbutton have had a coming together. Barbara was spun out, and then Wallbutton, just an innocent victim, unable to get out of the way of Wallbutton there. But as these guys
nothing they can do there. I think, yeah, Barbara just copped a little bit of a tap there, and it just wasn't able to settle the car back as they went through La Source. He just was not able to save it.
Yeah, it's
Still
a long
lot
race
of
this
time
one.
though.
21 laps left to go. Remember, the winner will be taking home the brand new Next Level Racing GT Racer. And at the moment, that's in the hands of Gopik Mahindajit, who did start on pole position and holds his pole position as they come through Puon for the first time.
And there's a big reason why these guys are using the BMW M3 GT3 car. This car was a big favourite in Sector 1 in Seasons 1 and 2. A lot of drivers felt that this was closest to not only a V8 supercar, but a touring car in general. The lifeblood of a BMW M3 mixed in with the precision and DNA of a GT3 car. It is absolutely perfect for this sort of racing, as Candalonian under big threat now from Ryan Tame, who's sitting in P3. Behind though, look at this, Ridwan and Hubs is actually going to have a bit of a war here with Andrew Lee. Oh,
And he
not
gets
through
it
Stavalo,
done.
they're too wide.
Oh,
And through Blanchimont.
slides on through, does Ridwan Imhanza. Brilliant move, sticking it to one of Australia's best in Andrew Lee. So we catch that on the Next Level Racing action replay.
That was brave there by Ridwan and Hansa through Blanchimont. That takes a lot of driver skill, but not only that, a lot of awareness there by Andrew Lee just to make sure that there was no contact between the two. To only early days.
Lots
and they're
of
already
action
playing
for the
sheets.
final positions here. 2 by 2.
Yeah, look at this. Barbara is
they're
going to get 2 for 1 here.
They're almost 4
Oh,
wide.
Barbara's just... Yeah, he's stuck in the middle of a CP sandwich at the moment. And he'll be just wanting to get the... If he wanted to get the bit between his teeth here. He doesn't want to lose the pack in front. We know as Warburton's got a half a second penalty that he's going to have to burn.
So we have a look back
they're
up the
bumping and
front.
grinding down Kemmel Straight.
And these guys just neck and neck, just single file for the most part. But these guys plotting their race strategy. So, in these early points of the race, do you think we could get an APR Tyler and fuel update, Karen Unleashed?
Yep, I think you can. So we'll start off with the man up in front, Gopi Mahindajit, aka Prima GTR. He is on the racing soft compound tyre. The tyre looking very nice early on. He's sitting on about just over 2/3 of the tank. And then you've got Paul Candalonian, who's better on fuel as well. He's also on a soft compound, as is Ryan Tame. Candalonian is the best on fuel at this point of the race, though. Imhamza in P4, also on a soft tyre. So that bodes well for him, and it explains why he's been able to stretch away from Andrew Lee, who is under siege from Matt Simmons here. Andrew Lee on a medium compound tyre, and is actually a little bit worse off for fuel than Candalonian and Tame in front, as Matt Simmons is also on a soft compound, harassing Lee at this point of the race. Matt Simmons, definitely the best on fuel at the moment. He's easily over 3/4 of a tank. As just behind him is Aiden Matthews, and Matthews just giving him a little bit of a love tap behind. They're giving a lot of pressure now here. Lee under some very serious pressure at the moment. Wonder if Simmons is going to make a move here. He might consider showing the nose. No, thinks about. Oh,
He
actually,
does!
he's proved me
Very
wrong.
late
He does,
move.
and he gets
does
it
he
up
get
the
it
inside
done?
as well.
Oh.
Matthews is going to do the crisscross. They're going to be 3 wide, heading up to La Source.
Oh
Simmons
my
goes in
goodness.
front. Matthews is also on the outside. Can Matthews make it happen up La Source? Lee gives a lot of room at the moment, but Andrew Lee is under siege at this point of the race. Simmons and Matthews both going past. Liam Tame also on a soft compound tyre. He might even be thinking about this one. But this just means early on, Lee is definitely in a lot of trouble. There's a tiny bit of a rub going up Eau Rouge, heading up to Radion. That is brave stuff there from Liam Tame. As we better go back a bit further through the field. Both the Allen brothers are on the racing soft compound.
Oh,
at the
Liam
moment.
Tame chucks the move down the inside of Andrew Lee. Does he get it done? Yes, he does. All right, yeah. So the Allen brothers.
Yep, so I think at this point, Andrew Lee I don't think he's too serious at the moment about giving up these positions. I think he's happy to let them go because he just looks like he's the only... Oh no, Guy Barbara also on the medium at the moment. So the two distinct boys definitely on a little bit of an alternate strategy. Everybody else has started on a soft compound. Worst person on fuel at the moment though is definitely Guy Barbara. Oh no, it's actually the second of the Allens. I think it's is it James? I can't remember.
Yeah,
anymore.
James Allen.
Yeah, James Allen's actually on 3/4 of a tank at the moment. Apart from that, Warbutton's the only one that's worse than him. As we just go back up the front at the moment, Mahindajit 0.6 of a second clear of Candlonian, and hasn't really been able to skip away. These three just setting their own pace at the moment. Out of the top 3, it's Candlonian best placed in terms of fuel. Mahindajit definitely worse off, and Tame only a little bit worse.
Thank you for that update. And Brocky firing in chat, asking what tyres is Noodles on. By the fastest lap attempt, I'm going to say he's on soft tyre.
Correct. So the only two of the distinct boys, Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara, they're the only two on a medium tyre. As the Allen brothers are actually having a little bit of an argument behind Lee. And it looks like James Allen's actually considering making a bit of a move here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Better Roberts. So at this point of the race, it looks like some of these guys are just settling. Oh, big moment there from Aiden Matthews. Just a little bit. Oh, and another one from Guy Barbara. Just on the exit of the bus stop there, these guys just don't look so comfortable early on. Tyres, the track must be quite hot at the moment. We'll wait and see though. Beautiful conditions here in the Ardennes Forest, the Belgian here, Francorchamps.
As we have a look back up the front to Gopi Mahindajit. He's got a 1.4 second gap over Paul Candlonian, who is under a lot of pressure from Ryan Tame. These guys going wheel to wheel down the Camel Straight. And yeah, he gets it done. Ryan Tame up into P2. Demotes Candlonian down to P3 into the final spot on the podium. But Ridwan Imhanza is on a charge, and he's right on the back of this battle pack. We have 3 cars fighting for the final scraps of the podium here.
Yep, and looking at Candlonian at the moment, Imhanza's actually made a lot of headway into this top 3. Remember, he was, I think he was 1.8 seconds behind, if I was correct, on after the pass on Andrew Lee early on in the race. So keep your eyes peeled on Imhanza. His tyre life is actually pretty good, and he might be the worst on fuel, but he's definitely looking pretty comfortable in terms of the tyre life. So it'll be very intriguing to see how those tyres hang on, especially with the fact that he's used so much fuel early on. Just running a little bit wide through Lafanya.
Now the question is, what's the strategy for these guys? It's a 21 lap race around Spa-Francorchamps. Rain is a potential. It could happen. At the moment, it's all sunshine and rainbows. Nothing to report on the weather radar. But these guys, the soft tyres, it's obviously the quickest tyre. They're going to want to be running that for as long as possible before switching to those harder compounds. But as you said, Guy Barber and Andrew Lee on those medium tyres, the only ones in the entire field on the medium. When do they pit? When do they jump off that medium tyre, and what tyre do they put on? Is it the hard? Do they go the hard and go long, or do they chuck on the soft and have a solid middle stint? That's the big question.
that's the big question at the moment. And looks like the crossover period is starting to come across because Andrew Lee is making headway into Liam Tame. Lee maybe in P8 at the moment, but he just did a 2:19.137 as Tame did a 2:19.009, so only a tiny bit faster, but the lap before was 1.3 seconds difference in pace. So it looks like these soft compound tyres are only going to last about 5 laps before they really start to see a cliff. And it looks like Andrew Lee might just start to see the fruits of his labour head his way. And Guy Barbara, he might be in the same boat as well. He's catching the two Allen brothers. They're squabbling along a little bit. Looks like they might just check each other a little bit. And looks like Barbara's just starting to make a little bit of time up on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like back up the front though, Hamza has caught Candlonian.
Yeah, and Mahindajit has taken off at the front, 2-second gap to Ryan Tame in P2.
Yep, Mahindajit, we know what he's like when he's up in front. If you've watched us here before in Sector 1, when he's been at his absolute best, he is almost impossible to catch. And
yeah, well,
very, very
funny enough, GTR, Gopi Mahindajit, well, GTR as he's known in Sector 1, he didn't actually take a win last season. So to show up here at the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge and absolutely have a blinder of a first stint, I mean, could we be looking at a GTR win? I mean, it's on the cards. He's doing everything right. If he plays his cards correctly, then it's his to lose.
Exactly, and I think, well, I can't rule out a couple of these guys in particular, and it's more that top 4. It's just very intriguing to see what's going on there. Matt Simmons is 2 seconds behind these guys now, and he set a 2:18.3 last lap. He's been able to get tabs on this front group, but he's not really making any inroads. In fact, if anyone's making inroads, it's Andrew. Gonna have a big look here at the bus stop at Liam Tame. Puts the nose out. Nope, Liam Tame just able to... Oh, he pulls it up too deep though. Lee will try the crossover. Can he get it nailed as they go up to the first turn? LaSource.
Lee looking for the move on Tame here. Right up against that rear bumper, pushing him along.
Yep, and it looks like Liam Tame's only too happy to get the elbows out. I think he knows the magnitude of if Lee was to make inroads in these guys, because we know what Andrew Lee's raw talent is like. It's unheralded. This is a guy who is not afraid to get elbows out, Liam Tame, up against a guy who is not afraid to show true pace when it matters in Andrew Lee.
Definitely has the run at the moment, that's for sure. As they come down the
he actually just tried to show the nose on the grass there. That is brave stuff from Andrew Lee.
And there he goes. Fires it down the inside now. Does Andrew Lee. Gets the move done on Liam Tame and promotes himself up into P7. So yeah, that crossover period really starting to come to effect now. And Andrew Lee, Onik Shargy's chasing the guys in front. Let's see how much of a recovery he can make before these front guys on those softs make their first stop.
Well, the worst one in terms of tyre life right now out the front is Govic Mahindajit. Not by much, but Ryan Tame has actually got a sizable fuel advantage on him. And Candlonian's got an even bigger fuel advantage still over the top of the two in front. And even though Hamza's got better tyre life, the fuel situation's not too good for him either. So at this point in the race, it's all about trying to maintain that fuel strategy. And it looks like out of that, I'm just going through it now, out of that top 6, it's actually Aiden Matthews is in a very, very nicely placed position. His tyres aren't looking too bad at all. Better still, he's just under half a tank of fuel, and he's looking better than everyone else in front of him.
Yeah, 5 litres per second is the refueling rate that we have set here. Oh, Aiden Matthews! Oh, he's on the track! Oh, dear.
What a save! That was a big save.
If you have a look at the next level racing action replay at that one, which he does get a half-second penalty as well for his troubles.
Yep, the crossover point's well and truly on now. Looking at the tyre conditions, Andrew Lee is worlds ahead in terms of the medium tyre. It is so far ahead of the soft compound runners at the moment. He is just going to absolutely waltz by anybody within the next 2 laps. As sideways goes Aiden Matthews. And here comes Lee. He's going to try and harass into LaSource.
Yeah, Aiden Matthews with that penalty and the dirty tyres from going onto that rumble strip and AstroTurf. I mean, he's not going to be able to put up as much of a fight as he would have liked to Andrew Lee, who is gaining on the leaders as well. If you have a look at that delta time to the leader, it was 9.1, now down to 8.7. So compared to Mahindajit, Andrew Lee is catching.
Yeah, just watching Andrew Lee at the moment, just in his cockpit, he's sort of using the sixth gear as a bit of an overdrive gear just to try and conserve that little bit of fuel as well, which is very smart driving. He's just
outside
outside of Lecom.
Gets it done.
Oh,
Great move from Andrew Lee. Proving why he's one of the best.
And the tyre difference between the two is just, it's out of this world now. So Matthews has that half-second penalty. He's tried to hold them up, but now it's Lee who's well and truly, he's got 60% tyres at the moment compared to everyone else in front of him who's sitting on about 30. Candellonian's still probably the best placed driver in that first 4 or 5. Gopi Mahindajit though is he's starting to suffer in the fuel stakes, so he's actually about to hit a quarter of a tank of fuel. The other guys are all sitting about a third of a tank.
Yeah, Ryan Tame, he's closed up that gap. It was at its maximum about 2.2, 2.3 seconds, now down to just 1.5 seconds. So Ryan Tame in a really good spot with that fuel advantage, tyre advantage, and he's actually closing up as well. So, wow, I mean, maybe Ryan Tame is looking at as the favourite at the moment. Of course, you can't write off Andrew Lee, down in P6 on the mediums, the first of the medium runners. And he's just clawing his way back into this race, which actually, that outside move has lost him a bit of time. 9.4 seconds, the gap to the leaders now.
Well, Liam Tame's just made a move up Blanchimont there for P7 as he's just got past Aidan Matthews. So Matthews is really starting to suffer on tyre life at this point of the race.
Struggling, absolutely, is Aidan Matthews.
These guys are going to go around again. Wow, some of them are on absolute fumes in terms of tyres, sliding out of the bus stop sideways. If they keep this up, Andrew Lee's going to have half these guys for breakfast. His tyres are so much better than anyone else in front of him.
Now begs the question, when does Andrew Lee stop?
Yep, agreed. And in terms of fuel, Paul Candellonian will make up quite a lot of time on Gopi Mahindajit. Ryan Tame will probably make up about a second. So that top 3 will be very, very close, depending on their strategy. Interesting to see where...
Luke Stone is in the pits. He's the first to bite the bullet, and he's pulled into the pits off the soft tyre with 70% in the tank.
And weirdly, his soft compound tyres, actually, compared to the rest of the guys around him, his soft compound tyres look remarkable. They're still half tread on them. He could have gone for another 2-3 laps.
Yeah, but I think his fuel situation was probably the... contributing factor for the stop. I mean, he still has 70%, but obviously not having a happy time.
No, he still could have got one more lap out of it. So, yeah, that's a big call. If we look at one guy I'm just a bit surprised on at the moment, and is Guy Barber. He's just not being able to recover at the moment like Andrew has, and he had to serve that half-second penalty last lap. He's done a 2:21.1 as a result. The lap time is there, but I don't know, he's just not really able to make hay while the sun shines at this point.
Keep in mind that he is on the mediums, and he did have a lot tougher of a first half of the stint than Andrew Lee. Andrew Lee sort of just let the overtaking happen, while Guy Barber really battled it out and tried to make his
everyone in Hobson hit the wall!
Oh no!
He's just come out of Blanchimont, absolutely clipped the AstroTurfs and sent him straight into the other side of the wall. He's got rear aero damage. This is just gifting more time to Andrew Lee.
Oh, that's disaster.
Matt Simmons has gone past into P4 as well, so this is just another gift to Lee, who has a major tyre advantage at this point. It's beyond comprehension. These soft compound tyre runners are all sitting on about 20% tyre tread, if not less. Andrew Lee still got well and truly over half a tyre.
As these guys head down towards La Source. Wow, that's disaster for Imhanza, who had that about a 10-second advantage over Andrew Lee, and now that's just completely faded into the abyss. And he's staring at the medium operator in his mirrors.
Yep, and if I'm the guys in the top 4 right now, seeing Lee coming through the pack like this, I'm starting to just that little bit little bit nervous because he's yet to put on a soft compound tyre. Looks like the clouds are starting to come over the top of the track as well, so it's going to cool the track down a little bit, which will help his tyre situation even more.
So what's the situation here between Mahindra and Tame? That gap's back out to 2 seconds. Is Tame going for a save? Is that what that gap...
Well, Mahindra actually on the fuel light here, so I'm seeing in the cockpit his fuel light is flashing, so you can expect him probably to come in the next lap or two. Hence why he's probably pushing a bit harder. He's used a lot of the rear tyre compared to Tame and Candellonian. Candellonian is definitely the best placed on fuel. He's actually catching Tame quite significantly. Tame did a 2:19.8 compared to a 2:19.6 from Candellonian, but the fuel advantage is quite big compared to Mahindra between the Candellonian and Tame. Matt Simmons has got to find 3.7 seconds to catch that top three. Imhams has still got Andrew Lee behind him, but you probably expect Imhamza to be a bit nervous of that soft compound and want to jump off it. He's actually just hit the fuel light as well. Lee's probably going to hit the fuel light 1-2 laps time, but his tyres, they still look really, really good. So we just keep tabs now. Just going to try and find where Stone is. So he's already pitted. He's 17 seconds behind Warburton now. Warburton and Dan Wood have both pitted as well.
And Woody has a penalty, yeah.
Yeah, half-second penalty.
Oh, as Mahindra's in.
So
Candellonian goes around again. Tame's in. Simmons is in.
He had no...
and Lee goes around. Imhans is in. Alan and Barbara both go around again. So who went around again? Candellonian, Lee, Matthews, Alan, and Barbara. And everybody else is in.
You can expect the two distinct boys in. You can expect the two distinct boys in Barbara and Lee to go around again on the medium compound tyre.
Yeah.
They've just hit the fuel light, so they'll probably be in very shortly. Alan and Matthews is the big one because his front left is absolutely destroyed at this point. He's got absolutely nothing left on it. So he's going to have understeer up the wazoo. As Andrew Lee, he's got 7.4 seconds between himself and Candellonian. Candellonian's on a fuel light now as well as Lee.
And Tame both put on the medium tyre, same as Simmons. What does Imhanza pull on? He puts on the mediums. Tame, it's mediums for him too. Alan medium. So they're all mediums. Everyone who started on the mediums is softs is now on the mediums. And Brocky in chat was saying that he's placed his money on Lee and Barbara to jump across to the hard tyre, get that restriction out of the way, that mandatory requirement, and then jump across to the soft tyre, which I would imagine Lee and Barbara to be in this lap if that's what we're basing it off with everybody else at the moment. Yeah,
well, just looking at the time for Lee at this point, he's going to have to come in because he's basically on the he's down onto canvas in the fuel tank. I'm just reading the comments that I just did say before fumes on tyres, so yeah, I'll happily acknowledge that. But yeah, I think Andrew Lee will definitely have to come in. He's not really made any time into Candellonian though this lap, which is interesting. Candellonian kept that gap at 7.4 seconds. It was 7.6 at the start of this lap.
And
so
will Candellonian be in this lap? Yes,
sure,
he
has
it.
to. So
and
Andrew
will Lee come in? By our predictions, he should.
He'll have to.
Yeah, he's in. And Matthews, everyone should be coming in who hasn't already picked. Matthews was with a penalty. Yeah, Lee running on fumes.
Oh, Alan's going around again.
Ooh, that's interesting. And Aiden Matthews in. Guy Barbara's in as well. Yeah, the two distinct guys there running pretty much identical strategies here, which Guy Barbara has a half-second penalty to deal with as well.
Oh, look at this. Back up for P6, though, which is effective P1. Goffey Mahindra is under serious fire from... The Battle of Bathurst is back on.
Oh.
And you know, after what happened last time out between these two, there is blood in the water.
Absolutely.
That incident...
Oh, Andrew Lee chucks on the hards.
Oh.
With only 14%
and he's actually
fuel in the tank.
Ahead.
Yeah,
yep,
he's
just
Guy Barbara with 11 in the tank. So these guys Yeah, obviously just doing a one-lap dash on those hard tyres to get the requirement out of the way.
Candellonian's ahead of
Oh my goodness!
Candellonian's ahead of Mahindra.
He's
The strategy
overcut them.
calls work, Candellonian. What a
Absolute
move!
strategy
He's gotten over the
masterclass.
top of him. But he's got cold tyres and he's got a slipstream. He's going to have to hold off Gopi Mahindra.
I don't think he's going to be able to. Those warm tyres, they're not enough as Mahindra flies on by at the Kimmel Straight into Lacombe.
Oh my word, so Candellonian has pulled a masterstroke, got ahead of Brian Tame in terms of the kind of things, and is absolutely neck and neck now with Gopi Mahindra. The strategy though from the Distinct boys is really interesting now, because they've got next to no fuel. They've got to do 10 laps on a soft compound tyre, as Guy Barbara is sideways in front of Mahindra and Candellonian. Andrew Lee is now 8.3 seconds ahead of Barbara, effective 9 seconds ahead of Mahindra. So 9 seconds to make up. And these guys are on a medium and still yet to use the... Oh, I don't want to say it, but Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara, in terms of strategy, are well and truly alive in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for them is that they're going to have to fight for that position. So there's going to be a lot of cars between them and winning this race, essentially.
Another critical bit, Guy Barber at P3 is now being caught up by these guys at Mahindra and Candellonian and Tame. He has to serve a half-second penalty.
Mahindra goes through.
He can still cause a little bit of chaos to help the two guys in Distinct and himself and Andrew Lee. He's just slotted in front of Candellonian here, and Candellonian won't be... this is a bold strategy call here.
Lee is in.
Pits.
Barbara should too. But Candellonian, Barbara, with Mahindra being able to get past Barbara at that penalty burn and Candellonian not, that's put a little bit of space between these two front runners, over a second. So Candellonian, who was within slipstream range, crucially is now outside of that. So Mahindra, he's got to make hay while the sun shines and get away, use those warmed up tyres to his advantage to get away from Candellonian and hope that the overcut isn't that effective in the later parts of this stint.
Well, I'm just seeing what whereabouts Andrew Lee and Guy Barber
Alan's gone around again
at the moment.
Is Alan on soft tyres?
He's done 12 laps on that set of softs. He is on soft tyres. He's hit the fuel light though. Andrew Lee has now come out of the pits. He's 11 seconds behind wall button. So he's got a minute to find, but he does have a pit stop in hand. He's got 9 laps on those soft compound tyres. He's got to make them last. He needs something to fight with when he gets up there. So in clear air, Andrew Lee is going to be brutally fast, but he's going to have some work to do. So if these boys are serious about this Next Level Racing GT Racer cockpit, then Andrew Lee's going to be playing some serious havoc with them towards the end of the race. As Mahindra now 1.5 seconds clear of Candellonian, who's 4/10 clear of Ryan Tame, and Matt Simmons not out of this at all. He's actually slashed the gap. He slashed that gap from 3.7 down to 1.3, and that gap is dropping quite quickly. So it looks like Matt Simmons is comfortable on that medium tyre.
So I was just thinking, the strategy for these front runners is they're going to stop on the last lap to put on hard tyres, or the second last lap, because they need at least one lap to qualify for it. Matthew Allen's in.
Yep.
So I'm thinking, this is going to be the biggest scramble you will ever see on a last lap, because you'll have everyone in the top 10, 11, all on the hard tyre on the final lap, where Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara are going to be on the softs. This is going to be the biggest scramble you will ever see.
Well, looking at it at the moment, Andrew Lee is really trying to baby those soft compound tyres in. Same with Guy Barbara. They're really taking it easy on this outlap. They haven't really made inroads on the wall button ahead, but in saying that, they're not really taking that much off the tyre. So this is very intriguing from these two. As Matt Allen's pitted now, he's coming out now. He's going to come out actually ahead. ahead of his brother, James Allen. Those two have been joined at the hip since not only birth, but on the track too. They're still together after section between those two. But Matt Simmons is actually caught right up to the back of Ryan Tame now. So for P3, this is an interesting part of the race right now. With Mahindajit just 1.2 ahead, Candlonian playing a smart strategy. In fact, in terms of fuel, looking at this, Mahindajit's on 2/3 of the tank. Candlonian's on 3/4. That is a sizable advantage to Candlonian.
So the question now becomes, that gap between Tame and Simmons is closing very fast, very rapidly. Is this a strategy call by Tame, or is Tame just struggling on those mediums, whereas Simmons is very fast? What's the go here?
Well, it looks like they're both even on fuel and tyres at the moment, so I'd say that Tame might just be struggling a little bit on this medium compound. He's definitely quick on that soft, but Matt Simmons has made an absolute world of time on him, so whether Tame's made a mistake or I don't know, but then again, only a lap ago it was 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Harms as well, and truly dropped off the back of these guys, so yeah, very intriguing to see whereabouts that they end up.
Yeah, just having a look back through the pack, we have a couple of these guys. Woody's made a couple of avenues as well, back up into P10. Oh no, that's by Lee and Barbara. So yeah, yeah, nothing really has been changing down the bottom of the pack. Mostly remaining stagnant. We have this battle between the two Allen brothers, but I think the order switched around. No, it was that before. But yeah, as you said, they've just been sticking to one another the entire race.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see actually the strategy call here from Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara. They're not really making too much time in front of them into Wallbutton. The gap is 9.2, so they've taken about a second or two out of the gap. But the problem is, on that soft compound tyre, you're really wanting to make that last, so they can't really just go out and absolutely hammer qualifying laps. It's just not going to work, especially with the fact that they've just put on a hard compound tyre. They'll lose the advantage of the strategy. It's pointless. So they've basically laid their bed and now they've got a rest in it. So these two are going to have to really look after their cars quite a bit. They can't just go ham and sauce on the timesheets.
Yeah. So based on that last lap, as you said, Andrew Lee just a second gained. Now, the stop time, as we're having a look at it, it's about an extra... Ooh. It's hard to tell with Andrew Lee because he did so many stops, but you're looking at about 40... Oh yeah, about 30 seconds of time lost. And that gap currently sits at, for Andrew Lee, 34 seconds. So he, over the next 4 laps, yeah, this is going to be really tight. I'm just doing the math. This is going to be extremely tight. The delta, if it remains as is, the calculation is that they're going to finish at the exact same time.
This is just, yeah, it's so hard to predict.
This is going to be an absolute mad scramble. Madman scramble on the final lap, that's for sure.
Yep, exactly right. And Simmons and Tame, this battle is starting to close in. Just look at these lap times at the moment. Mahindajit's just about to cross the line now. See what these guys are doing. So Mahindajit did a 2:18.9, 2:19.4 for Candlonian, 2:19.4 for Tame and Simmons. So looks like Mahindajit's just decided to get the bit between the teeth. Just waiting on seeing what Andrew Lee's lap time is like. He did a 2:18.5 last lap, so not really showing full pace just yet. There's 7 laps left, and these guys are still got to make a stop. So he might just be
really only gained 0.6 on this last lap. I've just been monitoring that gap. Let's have a look as he crosses the line. It's going to be a 17.9 compared to Mahindajit's 18.9. Yeah, so a second lost. So,
yep.
It's just... But that time gained is just going to go down the longer they're out there. So,
yeah,
it's such a tough call.
It's it's tricky because the longer these guys run, the more time Andrew Lee will take. But the problem is he's got to baby a tyre. These guys will have to pit in at some stage. So you expect that he will decide to, he will be there or thereabouts, Andrew Lee. But I'm going to have to throw the abacus out at this one. I might have to borrow it off Compo. Sorry, Neil. But yeah, no, this is just, it's such a game of chess, and that's the big thing about motorsport. It's not all about going out and cutting qualifying laps and going as hard as you can. These guys are thinking so strategically. I can tell you right now that out of all the cars in the field that have got 1,000+ kilometers, the only 2 in the field, or 3 in the field that I can see are Monza, Lee, and Matthew Allen. All 3 of them have got 1,000 kilometers on their car. The rest of them are nowhere near. In fact, the newest car in the field is actually, I'm just having a look right now, it's actually Walbott, who's got 120 kilometers on the car.
Oh dear. That's not a lot at all.
No, so you can tell the guys that have been really practicing for this one compared to the guys that are like, oh, if I make it, I make it. But yeah, it looks like Alan's yeah, definitely had a lot of experience in this M3, which is serving him pretty well at the moment. He's P8. He's actually catching Viper Z, aka Liam Tame, very, very comfortably. But yeah, wonder what happens from here for P3 and 4. Matt Simmons at the moment. Does he just bide his time, and does he play the fuel strategy out? Because he's better on fuel than Ryan Tame, but he's not better on fuel than Paul Candelonian.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it's definitely getting to the spicy end of events here. Lap 16 of 21. So these are the few laps that everything's going to play out. Now, what's the difference between Mahindajit and Candenolian in terms of tyres and fuel? Yeah.
Well, I can tell you right now, Candelonian's better on both. So Mahindajit's used about 25% of his tyre at the moment. He's got 1/3 of a tank of fuel. Candelonian is actually sitting on just under half a tank of fuel, and his tyre actually significantly better. So Candelonian definitely settling in for this long stint as the clouds are starting to just creep in a little bit more. So the track cooling down forever more. If it rains here, we might just have an absolute cluster, you know what.
Oh, wow. Imagine if it rained at the moment, where tyres are completely thrown out the window, and it means that, Stone's in, by the way, but it means that Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara have just completely thrown away this race, starting on the harder tyres. I think that might have been part of the thinking to these front run. Oh, wow, those clouds are getting very dark on the north side of the circuit there.
Yeah, if I'm Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara, I am hoping that those clouds don't get any worse, because if it rains, they really are in trouble. And their grand plan of being right on will be absolutely shot to bits. Gap at the moment between Lee and Mahindajit is 33.3. It is dropping just a tiny bit. Lee actually set a 2:19.1 last lap, though, compared to a 2:19 flat for Mahindajit.
Bit of a mistake for Andrew Lee. Potentially pushing the car just a little bit too much. Rare mistake for a Sector 1 champion. He is blue, though.
Oh, Ryan Tame just had a big moment out of the bus stop. 0.3 of a second between himself and Matt Simmons. Matt Simmons might actually just consider throwing up a pass down the Camel Straight at this rate, because Tame's looking very uneasy on those medium compound tyres.
Absolutely. But as it stands, yeah, Ryan Tame, Matty Simmons, 2.5 tenths. There could be a move on the way at the end of the Camel Straight. Rouge Rouge and Radion. And down towards... oh, he's going to get the move done already. He's already got the run on Ryan Tame. Matty Simmons up into P3. No. Yes. As the camera changed, I got a little bit confused there. But yeah, Matty Simmons, the bright blue car, say that 10 times, goes through on Ryan Tame.
Well, it's not first time we've had a bright car around the league. So remember the pink GTRs that we used to have a few seasons ago from Force Performance?
Pretty sure you...
the one...
Yeah.
Yeah, we ran pink car. Oh, we run any colour car.
Yeah, you
But
guys
anyway,
have run every
back at
colour
the-
over at Deeds.
Back of the action, Mahindajit's starting to really extend that gap now, 2.4 seconds. I think he's being forced to extend that gap though now, because Candellonian's fuel and tyre advantage is very significant. It's well and truly at least a quarter of a tank.
So
That's 5 seconds difference right there.
Candellonian, he's not even going to need to put in fuel at the stop, whereas Mahindajit is going to need to put in fuel. So that's another tenth or two there, as well as, you know, there's the animation where they actually put the fuel nozzle into the tank. So yeah, there's just so much to think about. Does Candellonian have enough over Mahindajit to get it done in the stop? That's the big question.
Well, the big thing is at the moment is that Simmons and Ryan Tame are both better on fuel than Mahindajit. Mahindajit is not far off hitting the fuel light at, so he might even have to put more fuel in. He might have to do 2-3 laps at least on a tank of fuel. Whereas the others might just do a quick splash and dash.
Yeah, according to Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara, Andrew Lee put in 14 for the 1 lap, and Guy Barbara put in 11. So, ooh, yeah,
that's
a rough call. Yeah,
and they don't want to lose time. It's definitely getting cloudy though. I checked the radar and it's not really much in the air at the moment, but it is coming.
These cooler temps with the cloud coverage are really going to be helping out Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara as we see Dan Wood into the pit lane with nothing in the tank. Andrew Lee gets ahead of James Warburton as well. Yeah, of course he does, because it was in the pits. That's fine. Andrew Lee into P10.
Yep, so looks like this might be just a little bit of a losing battle for Andrew Lee. They might have too soft too soon, letting those positions go too early. They didn't want to lose time to the leaders, but in saying that, they've just let themselves be boxed up a little bit. Matt Simmons has extended that gap now out past Ryan Tame. Well and truly, he's well and truly on it now. Gap to Candellonian is 1.9 seconds, but the gap to Ryan Tame is 1.5 and it's growing. Tame did a 2-minute 20.2 last snap compared to a 2:18.8 from Simmons. It's going to take a lot from this point though for Simmons to not only overhaul Candellonian, but overhaul the fuel and tyre deficit to Candellonian. It's not as bad as Mahindajit, but it's still bad. Mahindajit's actually on the fuel light right now.
Ooh, that's rough.
Alarm bells. That's alarm bells. He's gonna have to take on He's gonna have to take on quite a bit of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, how long will that last though? Because he's only done 8 laps, and if he's on the light, he's not gonna have enough for one more lap.
He's coming in.
He's in the pits now. Oh, that could be make or break for this race. But Candellonian,
this is critical.
Inherits the lead.
This is critical. Matt Simmons goes around again.
So let's see
Ryan
the
Tame's
gap
gone around.
when Mahindajit comes out, as opposed to the guy in P9 at the moment, Andrew Lee. 28 seconds was the gap. I think Andrew Lee's got him.
Yeah,
it's going to be so tight.
Think,
he's pulling up now.
He's got to put a hard on too.
Oh.
Mahindajit's got to put on a hard tyre. They've all got to put on a hard tyre.
It's going to be so tight. What's it going to be? Who's it going to be? As Mahindajit comes out, he's ahead. No, he's not. He is ahead, maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
It's going to be so tight.
I don't know.
But that's not enough of a gap to keep Andrew Lee behind. Oh, they're touch and go, these two. So they head down towards Eau Rouge. Mahindajit does have the track advantage, the track position, but Andrew Lee on old softs versus new hards. Is it even really a battle?
These hards are going to take a while. These hards are going to take a long while to heat up. Mahindajit goes defensive now on Andrew Lee. This is what he needs to do. If he's got any hope of winning this, Mahindajit has to go deep. He has to make Andrew Lee earn it.
Oh,
Lee just goes
got
around the outside. There's nothing he can do. Mahindajit's going to try and cut back. But the soft compound tyre for Lee is going to hold on. And that is critical. If I'm Candellonian now, you have to pit. can't cover. You can't sit there and think about not covering Mahindajit. You can't think about sitting there and not covering Andrew Lee at this point.
Or do you just stick to the strategy, do one more lap, and then if he doesn't, he probably doesn't even need to put in anything.
Candelonian's got a half-second penalty.
Oh no, that's massive in this race.
That is enormous in the scheme of it.
That might be the nail in the coffin for these front runners and Andrew Lee, as the gap currently stands 27 seconds. Oh, it's gonna be so tight. I think Andrew Lee might have it.
Andrew Lee has just put himself into a position where he could very well win this. Mahindajit is struggling on those hard compound tyres. Just on the exit of Stavelot there, he just lit the rears. They just did
Matty
not
Simmons
want to comply.
in. Ryan Tame in. Nothing in the tank.
Candelonian's going to go around again.
That's what he needs to do. If he has any chance of winning this race, he needed to go around again. How much fuel has he got?
He's got enough to go around again. But,
this is such a close race.
2:19.9 last lap. 2:19.9 last lap versus a 2:18.4 from Andrew Lee. That's a second and a half right there. And Lee does not have to pit. This gap is dropping.
So Simmons, does he come out? No, Simmons doesn't make it. Lee has jumped them all. And Mahindajit has come out ahead of Matty Simmons there.
Yep,
so
Matthew
Allen,
that's a true indication of the race.
Matthew Allen and Aiden Matthews are the two. Oh no, they're still 5 seconds down the road from Andrew Lee. I was thinking they might be able to hold him up, but no, they're definitely not gonna. He's definitely not gonna catch up 5 seconds in one lap.
Oh, this has possibly been an absolute masterstroke here from Andrew Lee. Played the alternate strategy here, and it looks like it might just pay off.
It's going to be tight. 1 lap to go. 26 seconds.
Yeah, if I'm Candelonian here, I am sweating bullets because you've got a half-second penalty. And you got your main rival catching you a second and a half per lap quicker. That's 2.5 seconds straight away right there. That's 24 seconds. He's got to put fuel in. That's going to be, what, three seconds right there. And he's got to put a hard compound tyre on.
Here's the penalty burn for Candelonian.
So this is such a critical part of the race right here for Candelonian.
Yeah, absolutely. As Aiden Matthews also has a 1 second penalty, so he might even lose the position to Matthew Allen. Yeah, he definitely will. He's definitely going to get set back, which these two, everyone should be pitting except for Andrew Lee. Oh,
Matthews has 25 got a 1 second penalty here.
Let's see. Okay, here's the crucial part of the race. This is where it all happens. Nothing. The smell of an oily rag in the fuel tank. And Andrew Lee, let's ride on board with him. Let's see this gap in live timing as he approaches. Oh, it's so tough because
he's made so much time up on Mahindajit as well. That gap was, what, next to nothing, and it's 4.7 already. It's Candelonian putting the fuel in. He's not even putting the fuel in. Andrew Lee's going to walk away with this. Fuel's going in now.
Flies on by.
Car.
As he stops, he's put more in than anybody else has. As he's going to come out, and it's too late. As Andrew Lee flies on by. Once again, Candelonian with the overcut over Mahindajit, and this time it's 2 seconds.
What a big brain strategy move by Andrew Lee, seriously, wow. And despite the fact that Guy Barbara had such a rough start, it's put himself back into P6 as well, so that is a fantastic recovery drive there from Guy Barbara.
And Andrew Lee is setting personal quickest sectors as well.
Oh my dear God. Although being in Sector 1, why are we not surprised? This is Division 6. Division 1 champion for Season 6 here. He won it in a canter. So,
yeah, Guy Barbara up into P6 as well. So, that clearly was the strategy to go for. Guy Barbara with that lap 1, turn 1 incident, and he's still managed to reclaim a P6 here. So, oh wow. Just an incredible show of strategy. They counted on no rain, and it's paid off for the Distinct boys here. Andrew Lee taking P1 and Guy Barbara in P6. Wow, what a race we've been treated to today.
Yeah, they didn't mess about on the strategy, and you can tell why. It's been a phenomenal drive here by Andrew Lee, and we shouldn't be surprised, really. This guy is, we've been raving about him for quite a while. He's entered Stablot. He's definitely been one of the very best in Australia in Gran Turismo, and make no bones about it, he's one of the quickest up into Port Freya now and up into Blanchimont he's heading. And, well, we thought he was getting boxed around a little bit, but turns out he had a sneaky little suspicion all along that he might be there or thereabouts. And not only has he been there, he's actually been ahead the whole time. So he enters the bus stop now for the final time. Andrew Lee. He's going to take the chocolates. He's going to win the Next Level Racing GT Racer seat. He wins the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge. Paul Candelloni in P2. Gopi Mahindajit will take P3, Matt Simmons in 4th, Ryan Tame in 5th, and Guy Barbara will cross the line in P6.
Ridwan Imhanza comes home in P7, closely followed by Matty Allen there, and Aidan Matthews will cross the line in P9. We have Liam Tame will cross in P10. Dan Wood in P11 as he approaches the bus stop chicane right now. Drifting through the bus stop chicane there is Woody.
Yeah, I was about to say he'll have one hand out the window just enjoying it. Signing off 2023.
And James Allen in P12. Rounding the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out and say I love it. It's gorgeous. It really is.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my. Whoever designed that livery, can I please have contact with you? So you can design our Season 8 liveries. Luke Stone's going to be up in P13. And a bit rough from the get-go for Luke for the final, but he should be proud he made it this far. He's up against some of Australia's absolute best racers on the Gran Turismo platform. Heading up to the chicane now, and he'll put it in the queue for tonight. He's done a great job. The Mega Motorsports BMW enters the final corner now.
And crosses the line. He does Luke Stone. James Warburton will come home in P14, serving a penalty. Not a good day out at the office for James. He showed great pace in his heat and then in the pre-final, but unfortunately unable to complete the final hurdle. And a big factor in that might be the lack of practice, the lack of kilometers on the odometer of that CP BMW, but he has had a brilliant day, and he comes home to complete the standings there for the final. Wowee, what a race. Kept us on our toes the entire way. And Andrew Lee is the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge winner, the inaugural winner. And, oh, wow. He's just done it in spectacular fashion. It looked in doubt for so long until it didn't. And he just struck through and had a 5-second lead in the end. Let's have a look at the official results of the final. So Andrew Lee takes P1 with a total finishing time of 49 minutes and 58 seconds. Just cracking the 50-minute mark. Paul Candellonian finishes in P2. 4 seconds behind Andrew Lee. Great race from Candellonian there. Gopi Mahindajit finishes there in P3, and he does take the Next Level Racing fastest lap as well with a 2:17.451. Matty Simmons unable to break into the top 3. We'll have to settle for 4th place. Best of the rest here. 8 seconds off Andrew Lee. Ryan Tame in P5 there in the CP colours. Guy Barbara, after his misfortune at turn 1, lap 1, will have to settle for P6 on the same strategy as Andrew Lee. Great recovery drive for the distinct driver. As Ridwan Imhanza finishes in P7. 20 seconds off P1 there. Matthew Allen in P8. We have Aidan Matthews in P9 there. Liam Tame takes the honours of P10. Dan Wood in 11th, James Allen 12th, Luke Stone 13th, and James Warburton rounds out the pack there. So that's everything we've got time for tonight. I mean, what a magnificent night of racing. 4.5 hours of racing action.
Yeah, I was about to say it's been a long night. Just checking through the stream as well at the moment. We've still got 53 people, so make sure you smash the like button and don't forget to subscribe to Sector 1. Also, make sure you give Motorsport Australia a follow for all your latest news and information in regards to not only the real-life scene of motorsport in Australia itself, but also for what Motorsport Australia are doing on the esports scene. There's a lot of leagues going around in not only iRacing and Assetto Corsa, but Gran Turismo that are going to really rally behind this fantastic initiative from Motorsport Australia. So we're looking very much forward to continuing that in the future. And just make sure you give their socials a bit of a follow as well, guys. But massive congratulations to all our finalists as well. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised about Andrew, though, should we?
Was it ever in
we
doubt?
We really shouldn't. Oh, I thought at one stage it was, and just when we thought he finally might have had a challenge thrown at his egg on face for us. So, we shouldn't be surprised. But he's going to win that Next Level Racing GT Racer sim rig as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if you're still with us, chuck your Driver of the Day nominations down below. I am going to give my Driver of the Day to... Oh, you got to give it to Gopi Mahindra. I mean, he's just driven consistently well.
I was going to give mine to Gopi, but he said, what did we say pre-stream? I said I've tried not to ruin his night, and I nearly did. I am going to ruin his night. I'm not going to give it to Matt Simmons because he put on a clean set of heels, and to get that high up on the grand scheme of the race, he did a fantastic job. So has not lost any of his stride whatsoever.
Yeah, he won heat number 2 there, Matty Simmons, and gained automatic qualification to the final. And he gave a good showing as well with that P4. I think as well, an honourable mention is Ryan Tame. Got so unlucky in the heat with an incident, which was eventually cleared by the stewards. And then, in the pre-final, did everything he needed to do. And then in the final, just absolutely showed up and gave it to some of the country's top guys. So, yeah, round of applause for Ryan Tame as well. Brilliant night for him. He raced in all 3 stages and did well in every single one. So, we've got a couple of Driver of the Day nominations coming in. Brocky says Driver of the Day Goaty. Tassie for the win, says Rainio6. That's right. Andrew Lee, the Tasmanian, takes home P1 for Tasmania represent. Andrew Lee, Driver of the Day for sure, says Geekwise. Womble says Womble, obviously.
Oh, dear God. Andrew's actually said in the Discord he doesn't know how he won that. Yeah, I call BS on that.
Well, simply put, he crossed the finish line first.
Yep.
So
first you have to finish.
So we see Banana Josh giving his driver of the day to Ridwan. Womble says that's 2 for Womble. I don't see another one for Womble. Where's the second one for Womble?
He just gave himself 2.
Okay. I don't know whether we can let that happen, but so Mr. Bumcrack gives Ziv's driver of the day to the whole field, which absolutely everyone drove spectacularly tonight. And good job, Goat, says Viper's Fang. And what Prua said. I didn't see what Prua said. I can't find it. But meme of the day, Woody, says Woody. And pin appropriate, Matt Simmons for best drive. Absolutely. I mean, anybody could have got drive of the day here tonight. It was just so much talent everywhere. You absolutely love to see it. But that's all we got for tonight. So that's myself, Lachlan Jones, and we got Karen Unleashed, or Brent Kurz in the comms box with us tonight, taking care of the final. Oh, sorry, mate. How do you say it?
Nah, I'll save it for another. But yeah, no, thanks for all your hard work as well, Lenocious.
And
putting all this together. And
special thank you
yeah.
to all of the other race directors here tonight. We had Atom, Nismo Nath, and Carbon Boy joining us at various points throughout tonight, who we couldn't do it without everybody rocking up and giving it a hot crack. All the drivers, all of the stewards, all of the race directors. I mean, even the audience, everyone rocking up. At one point there, we had triple figures, which is a first in Sector 1 history. Triple figures viewing. I mean, that's just, massive. We love to see it, guys. And we hopefully we've put on a good show, a good enough show that we can have more events like this in the future. So, yeah, special thanks to Motorsport Australia for giving us the chance to run an event like this, and Next Level Racing for being the major sponsor here, supplying us, of course, with the GT Racer, which will be on its way to Andrew Lee's PO box over the next few days. So, yeah, just massive. The amount of work, the amount of people, the amount of messages and forms that everyone's had to fill out, the amount of paperwork for an event like this, and watching it all come together, it's just so fascinating, and we love to see it. So before things get sloppy, let's call it there. We'll say thank you to everybody. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, go subscribe, follow the Motorsport Australia Facebook page, and anything else from you, Brent, before we sign it off?
Yeah, so I think this is our last event for the year as well, 2023. So what a phenomenal year. Looking very much forward to 2024. So stay tuned for that, as we've obviously put this. We've put the Season 8 preparations to the wayside for tonight. So we will get back to Season 8 of Sector 1 and make sure that's all underway. But yeah, big thank you to everybody that's competed, not only in Sector 1, but also in the Gran Turismo Super Series and for the Motorsport Australia Gran Turismo Esports Challenge, and helping the Gran Turismo scene in Australia grow, because it is a fantastic place to be. A lot of good laughs and banter around multiple leagues as well, and we look very much forward to seeing everybody bright and early in 2024. There's plenty of new events coming. I think we're going to be doing a last man standing tournament again for our very first event of the season next in January sometime. We'll have more details on that. I'm still fine-tuning that one a little bit. We did a last man standing last year, actually, in Lenocious, and it was fantastic fun, except Adam cheated by using aero on a car when we said he was allowed to. But anyway, big thank you to everybody who liked the stream as well. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you again next year.
All right, see you guys. We're signing it off. Have a good night.
In, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today. It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. race against the clock at a hill climb, or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.